Hello there, thoughtful dreamers. Tonight, we explore the midnight sun theory of the Cullen family's true nature. The idea that beneath their golden eyes and careful compassion, the family that protected Bella Swan was never quite what it appeared to be. Because when Edward could hear every thought in every room, the love was real, but so was the calculation, and the two were never fully separate. If there's a Twilight story you'd love to fall asleep to next, tell me in the comments. I'd love to create it for you. Alright, get comfortable, close your eyes, breathe in slowly, and let the darkness show you what the love was hiding. There is a moment, somewhere in the autumn of 1932, that explains almost everything. Edward Cullen stood on Carlisle's doorstep in Wisconsin, soaked through by November rain. Why, and he did not knock immediately. He stood there for a long time, listening through the door, reading the house before he entered it. Carlisle was inside, reading. Esme was somewhere upstairs, her thoughts quiet and domestic. The house smelled of wood smoke and old books, and the particular cleanness that accumulated when no one in a building ever ate or slept or produced any of the ordinary debris of living. Edward had been gone for 5 years. He had spent those years convincing himself that what he was doing was justice, that the men he hunted deserved what he gave them, that a vampire who only killed murderers was not really a killer at all. He had been wrong, and he knew it, and the knowing had brought him back to this door in the rain. He knocked. Carlisle opened the door within seconds, because Carlisle had heard his footsteps on the path and had been moving toward the entrance before the knock landed. His face held no accusation, no performance of surprise. He simply opened the door wider and stepped aside, and Edward walked in from the cold. What followed was a confession that lasted most of the night. Edward told Carlisle everything. Every kill, every justification, where every moment when the justification had begun to feel less like principle and more like permission. He told him about the blood, about how different it was from the animal blood they subsisted on, about the warmth of it and the satisfaction and the terrible comfort of finally feeding the thing inside him that never fully quieted. He told Carlisle that he had become exactly what he had always feared becoming, and that the fear had not been enough to stop him, and that nothing had stopped him except his own revulsion at the creature he recognized himself to be. Carlisle listened without interrupting. When Edward finished, the silence between them lasted long enough that the fire in the hearth had burned down to coals. Then Carlisle crossed the room and put his arms around his son, and Edward, who had not wept since before his transformation, felt something inside him fracture and release. What Edward did not fully examine in that moment of relief was the specific nature of Carlisle's forgiveness. It was genuine. Edward could hear that clearly enough, could read the warmth and the sorrow and the absence of condemnation in Carlisle's thoughts. But it was not only genuine. Beneath the love, almost too quiet to catch, ran another current, relief. The relief of a man whose most important project had just returned to the fold. Because Carlyle had built something. Over his 3 centuries of existence, he had built a family, and the building of it had been the primary meaning of his immortal life. Each member had arrived broken, had been offered transformation, not as a gift, but as the only alternative to death, and had been shaped by Carlyle's particular vision of what vampires could choose to be. Edward was the first, the original, and his absence had not merely been painful, it had been structurally significant. A family with a missing member is not a family. It is a damaged thing, holding its shape through effort. When Edward came back, the structure was whole again. And Carlyle's relief at that wholeness was real, and it was human, and it was also, when examined honestly, a clue about what held the Cullen family together and what might cause it to fail. This is where the story properly begins. Not in Forks, not in a high school biology classroom on a grey January Monday. It begins here, in Wisconsin, with Edward understanding that he has been forgiven, and that the forgiveness comes with a place to belong, and that the place to belong is as necessary to him as the forgiveness itself. The years between 1932 and 2005 were not uneventful, but they had a particular quality that Edward, with his access to everyone's interior life, understood better than any of them acknowledged aloud. They were years of maintenance, of holding the line, of moving from town to town, school to school, keeping the performance of humanity polished enough that no one looked too closely. Rosalie and Emmett had joined the family in the mid-30s. Alice and Jasper arrived together in 1950, guided by Alice's visions to a family she had seen but never met. And what Edward observed, like in the years of living inside their thoughts, was that each of them had come to the Cullen family not through the gradual formation of affection, but through crisis. Each of them had arrived at the absolute edge of what they could survive alone. Rosalie had been transformed against her will, the victim of a violence so complete that she had woken from it as something other than human, without ever being given the chance to choose. She had used her first weeks of vampire existence to hunt down and kill every man responsible for what had been done to her. She was not repentant about this. She had never pretended to be. What she was, underneath the fury and the beauty and the careful composure she maintained in public, was a woman who had been robbed of the life she had been promised, frozen forever at the moment of her greatest humiliations, and given no mechanism for healing, because healing required time, and she existed outside of time now. Her attachment to Emmett was the realest thing in her. Emmett she had found in the mountains, dying from a bear attack, his size and his warmth and his laughter reminding her of something she had lost. She had carried him to Carlisle rather than watch him die, because watching him die was the one thing she could not make herself do. This was love, genuine and uncomplicated. But her relationship to the rest of the family was something more carefully chosen. A coalition she had joined because the alternative was an eternity alone with her rage. And even Rosalie understood that the rage would consume her if she had nothing else. Emmett's transformation had none of Rosalie's tragedy, at least not on the surface. He had been a large, a good-natured young man who had met a grizzly bear in circumstances that did not favor him, and he had woken as a vampire with most of his personality intact. Cheerful, competitive, physical, direct. He adapted to his new nature with an ease that occasionally unsettled the others. The thirst did not torment him the way it tormented Edward. The ethical complications of their existence did not particularly trouble him. He loved Rosalie. He liked his brothers and sisters. He enjoyed the family's occasional bouts of genuine play, and he required very little beyond these things to feel content. What Emmett's adaptability concealed was something that Edward's telepathy occasionally brushed against in unguarded moments. Emmett had met death young, had felt the particular terror of being something's prey, and had emerged from that experience not with horror, but with a recalibration. He was now the apex predator in every room he entered. The shift from prey to predator had been so complete, so welcome in its way, that he rarely looked back at what had been required to make it happen. He was not cruel, but the line between himself and his hunting instincts was thinner than he performed, and in moments of genuine stress, Edward could hear the distance between civilized Emmett and predatory Emmett collapse almost completely. Jasper was the member of the family Edward found most difficult to be near, and not only because of the thirst that Jasper's empathic gift amplified into something collective and recursive. Jasper had been a soldier. He had been transformed during the Civil War, had spent his first decades as a weapon in the hands of a vampire who used newborn armies like ammunition, had known a version of vampire existence that made the Cullen family's careful restraint seem almost incomprehensibly foreign. He had come to Carlyle's philosophy not through conviction, but through exhaustion. He had been tired, bone deep and centuries deep, of the violence. Alice had found him in that exhaustion and had offered him something else, and he had taken it. But the soldier did not disappear. It simply relocated. Jasper's assessment of any situation was always, at its foundation, tactical. He read rooms the way he had once read battlefields, for exits, for threats, for the disposition of forces. When the family faced a problem, and Jasper was the first to generate solutions, and the least troubled by solutions that required force. He was not bloodthirsty. He was practical, in the particular way that people become practical when they have spent a long time in circumstances where impracticality meant death. Alice was perhaps the most genuinely content of all of them, and also the most unsettled by the aspects of their existence she could not control. She had no human memories, no past to mourn or to be frozen inside. She had built herself entirely from her gift, from the visions that showed her futures that had not yet happened, and from the relationships she had chosen rather than inherited. She loved the family with a wholeness that the others, burdened by their histories, could rarely access. But her love was also the love of someone for whom the family was the only stable ground in a consciousness full of flickering possibilities. She needed them to stay, to hold their shape, to remain the fixed point against which she could orient her perpetually shifting sight. And then there was Esme, whom Edward understood most completely and most quietly. Esme had thrown herself from a cliff after the death of her infant son, and she had survived because Carlyle had transformed her in the hospital, and she had woken as a vampire into a grief that could not be processed because she was no longer capable of the human deterioration through which grief eventually resolves. The baby she had lost was still always the weight at the center of her, and the family she had built with Carlyle was the answer she had found to that weight. Not a replacement, but a structure that gave the grief somewhere to live that was not solely inside her. Esme loved the family with a ferocity that could be mistaken for unconditional love, and in many ways was. But what Edward heard in her thoughts, in the quiet moments when she was not performing the role of mother and anchor, was the calculation beneath the warmth. She needed this family whole. She needed each of its members present and functioning. The alternative, the loss of any one of them, the collapse of the structure, was not something she could contemplate without something close to panic rising in her measured, graceful mind. This was the family that settled in Forks, Washington in 2003. They had chosen it well, and as they always chose their locations, the rain, the cloud cover, the small population, the general incuriosity of a town with more pressing concerns than the strange, pale family in the house outside town. They had settled in, established their roles, begun the rotation of high school years that Edward found progressively more unbearable. He drove them to school and back. He sat in classrooms he had already sat in versions of for decades. He listened to the thoughts of teenagers whose concerns were, to his century-trained mind, almost painfully small, and he was grateful for the smallness because the small thoughts were at least quieter than the complex ones. He was not happy. He had not been happy for so long that he had largely ceased to register the unhappiness as a condition rather than simply as the weather of his existence, and the family was intact. The performance was maintained. Carlyle practiced medicine, and Esme designed houses, and Rosalie worked on cars, and Emmett hunted with enthusiasm, and Alice and Jasper were whatever Alice and Jasper were to each other. Something sealed and sufficient that Edward tried not to look at too directly, because the warmth of it made the cold of his own isolation more apparent. He expected nothing to change. He had expected nothing to change for decades. Forks was simply the latest iteration of the same town, the same school, the same careful maintenance of a life that was not quite a life, but was the closest approximation available to beings like them. He was wrong, of course, but he did not know that yet. And on the last morning before everything changed, the morning before a girl from Phoenix climbed out of a truck in a school parking lot and walked into a biology classroom, Edward drove his family to school in his silver Volvo, listening to their thoughts, noting nothing unusual, expecting nothing at all. The family was whole. The structure was sound. And somewhere in that soundness, in that careful, fragile balance, was the truth that the events about to unfold would slowly, irreversibly expose. That what held them together was not only love, but fear. Fear of dissolution, fear of loss, fear of returning to whatever they had each been before Carlyle had found them at the edge of what they could survive. Fear, and the habits that fear had built, and the love that had grown up around those habits, like something determined to live in difficult soil. All of it waiting, perfectly preserved, for the arrival of one ordinary girl who would change everything without ever fully understanding what she had walked into. The morning of January 17th, 2005 began without distinction. Edward drove the Volvo through Forks in the grey early light, his siblings arranged around him in their usual configurations. Alice perched and already vision skimming the day ahead. Jasper steady beside her, with the particular controlled stillness of someone managing a private and continuous effort. Rosalie composed and distant in the way she was always composed and distant when the performance of the day had not yet required her full attention. But Emmett, filling the back seat with the relaxed mass of someone who has never found a space too small for his comfort and has never particularly needed to. The road was wet. The sky was the colour of old pewter. Edward had driven this exact route so many times that he could have navigated it without sight, and some mornings he nearly did, letting his attention drift inward to the quieter occupation of monitoring the thoughts around him rather than the road ahead. Alice's visions that morning were mundane. A quiz in calculus that 3 students had not studied for. Jessica Stanley spilling coffee on her shirt at lunch and spending the remainder of the day angled away from the people she most wanted to impress. Nothing that required intervention. Nothing that even required much attention. Jasper was running his usual preschool discipline. The mental equivalent of a soldier checking equipment before entering the field. Thirst assessed and catalogued. Control confirmed at its current level. Contingency responses noted and filed. Rosalie was thinking about a modification she wanted to make to the engine of the car she was currently rebuilding. Running the mechanical problem through her mind with the focused pleasure she took in things that could be understood completely and improved through the correct application of knowledge and effort. Emmett was thinking about the weekend and whether the higher elevations of the Olympic Mountains had produced any bears worth the effort of a serious hunt. Edward heard all of it and registered none of it as remarkable. This was the texture of ordinary days, and an ordinary days had become the primary substance of his existence, something to be moved through with competence, rather than experienced with any particular quality of attention. He parked. They dispersed. The morning proceeded through its familiar rotations. English, where they were reading a novel Edward had read 4 times in earlier decades and found no more interesting now than he had the first time. Trigonometry, which required so little of his actual attention that he spent the period monitoring the thoughts of the students around him, the way one might monitor weather, not because it was interesting, but because it was automatic. Because the gift did not turn off, simply because the material being transmitted was tedious. Spanish, where the teacher's pronunciation made a small, involuntary part of Edward's mind correct her silently and continuously. The cafeteria at lunch, where Edward moved food around a tray with the practiced patience of someone who had been performing this particular ritual for decades without ever having required it. The thoughts of the student body washed over him in their usual patterns. Mike Newton composing and discarding approaches to Jessica Stanley, his internal monologue cycling through opening lines with an optimism that Edward found both exhausting and faintly poignant. Angela Weber quietly anxious about an essay, her worry the specific kind that came from genuinely caring about doing something well, rather than merely about the consequence of doing it badly. A quality Edward respected in her, even as he could not make himself particularly interested in her essay. Tyler Crowley, nursing a headache he would not admit to. Lauren Mallory, cataloguing social hierarchies with the focused intensity of someone for whom social hierarchies were the primary architecture of meaning and the principal source of available satisfaction. Edward let it all become noise and waited for the afternoon. Then, at the lunch table, Alice went still beside him. It was not the small, brief flicker of a minor vision. She held the stillness for long enough that Jasper put a hand on her arm, reading her emotional state through contact, his eyes moving to Edward's with careful inquiry. Edward was already reaching toward Alice's mind, trying to read the images surfacing in her consciousness, trying to understand what she was seeing before she came back to herself enough to describe it. They came fragmented and slightly blurred, but as they sometimes did, with visions that involved variables Alice could not fully account for. A girl, brown hair, brown eyes, ordinary in her physical presentation, in the way that most humans were ordinary when measured against the supernatural standard Edward had spent a century beside. Dressed without particular intention, carrying books in front of her chest like a shield she had not consciously chosen to carry that way, moving through a hallway, entering a classroom, biology, this afternoon, and then the vision dissolved at its edges because something about the girl resisted Alice's sight in a way that Alice had never encountered before. She existed in Alice's visions the way a figure exists in a photograph, taken slightly out of focus, present, identifiable in outline and general impression, but without the sharp legibility that Alice's gift normally produced. The future that surrounded her shimmered and shifted rather than resolving into the clear sequential images Alice was accustomed to reading. It was as though the girl stood at the center of a dozen branching possibilities simultaneously, and Alice could not determine which branch was real. "Someone new," Alice said quietly, pitching her voice below the range of human hearing. "A girl. She'll be in your biology class this afternoon, but I can't see her clearly, Edward. She's there and then she isn't, like trying to look directly at something that moves every time you focus on it." Edward felt a flicker of something he did not immediately name. Alice's visions were rarely unclear. When they were, it signified variables she could not account for, decisions not yet made, our futures branching in ways that defied the kind of simple prediction her gift was designed to produce. An unclear vision was not nothing. It was, in Alice's particular gift, a category of signal distinct from ordinary foresight. It meant the future itself was uncertain in ways that mattered. "What does that mean?" Edward asked. "I don't know yet," Alice admitted, and the admission itself was notable enough that Jasper's attention sharpened perceptibly beside her. Alice did not often admit to not knowing. Her gift was the foundation of her identity, the thing she had built herself around in the absence of any human past to anchor her. Uncertainty in her sight produced in her a particular quality of unease that she managed with more difficulty than she generally showed. But she matters. I can feel that much even when I can't see it clearly, as she changes things. I don't know how or how much, but that part is clear even when nothing else is. Edward wanted to dismiss this. He had spent decades cultivating a productive skepticism about the significance of any individual human, having lived long enough to understand that people who seem significant from the inside of their own experience were, from his particular vantage, almost always entirely legible and therefore entirely ordinary. The thoughts of humans were not mysterious to him. They were the opposite of mysterious, exposed and repetitive and small in the way that all human concerns were small against the backdrop of the years he had been watching them cycle through the same fundamental preoccupations with minor variations. one more new student in a small town school should not, by any reasonable measure, have constituted an event worth particular attention. And yet Alice had said the word matters, and Alice's visions were not wrong, and unclear was a different thing from wrong, and the word sat in Edward's mind in a way he could not quite dismiss. Biology was the last class of the day. He entered the classroom and took his seat at the lab table he had occupied for 2 years, the chair beside him empty since his last lab partner had moved away just after the Christmas break. He had appreciated the vacancy more than he had expected to. The small buffer of unoccupied space between himself and the nearest human body was a minor but genuine comfort in a room full of people whose blood moved through their veins at temperatures and pressures, his senses catalogued without being asked, every time he breathed. Mr. Banner was arranging microscope slides at the front of the room, setting up what would evidently be a lab on mitosis. Students filtered in around Edward in the usual end-of-day dispersal of energy. Their thoughts, the familiar mixture of depletion and anticipation for the hours after school, when the performance of attentiveness could be set aside. Edward sat in his customary stillness, not bothering with the human fidgeting he sometimes employed when he felt observed, and waited without expectation. Then the door opened. The scent arrived before the girl did. It came through the open door on the movement of air displaced by her entry, and it struck Edward not as a smell, but as something closer to a detonation, sweet and warm and floral in a way that bypassed every rational and disciplined process he possessed, and went directly to the oldest and most unreasoning stratum of what he was. The thirst rose in his throat with a speed and totality that shocked him even after a century of managing it, a wave cresting before it breaks, and every muscle in his body locked simultaneously with the effort of not responding to it in the only way his nature was screaming at him to respond. He had experienced bloodlust before. He had experienced it in many forms and many circumstances across 100 years, ranging from the controlled discomfort of an ordinary day surrounded by humans to the acute crisis of his vigilante years when he had given himself permission to feed. He knew what it felt like to want blood with serious intensity, to fight that wanting, to prevail through the accumulated discipline of decades of practice and commitment. This was not that. This was not a more intense version of a familiar experience. This was categorically different in a way that made every previous encounter with temptation feel, in retrospect, like a rehearsal he had not understood he was undertaking. The scent of this particular girl's blood called to him with a specificity that was almost personal, as though it had been constructed for him alone, as though the entire biological project of her existence had been oriented with some terrible precision toward producing the one smell on earth capable of finding the exact gap in his control and pouring through it before he could close it. He stopped breathing, and it was the only defense immediately available. Remove the sense from the stimulus, deny the input, buy himself seconds in which to think rather than react. He turned his face away from the door with a rigidity that was not remotely human in its sudden completeness, and he gripped the edge of the lab table and held very still and began counting seconds the way a man holds his breath underwater. She walked in. He did not look at her. He tracked her by the sound of her heartbeat, by the slight shift in the room's air currents as she moved, the location of that scent as it travelled with her across the classroom toward Mr. Banner's desk. She handed over a slip of paper, said something to Mr. Banner that Edward could not process because the roaring in his skull was occupying the frequency where language usually lived. He heard Mr. Banner look around the room. He knew what was coming. He knew it with the specific dread of someone watching a disaster approach from a distance that is not sufficient to outrun it and not large enough to allow the comfortable pretense that it might somehow miss. "There's a seat right next to Edward Cullen," Mr. Banner said. "Edward, raise your hand." Edward raised his hand. The movement was performed by a body operating below the level of his conscious attention, which was entirely consumed by the single absolute problem of remaining in this chair without doing what everything inside him was insisting he do. He pressed himself back against the wall beside his seat and angled his face away and held still and counted heartbeats that were not his own because his had stopped decades ago. She sat down. The scent intensified with proximity in a way that made the previous intensity seem like a warning rather than the event itself. Edward's jaw tightened. He was not breathing. His vision had narrowed in the particular way that happened when the predatory part of him was attempting to override the reasoning part, and he was aware, with the cold, terrifying clarity that sometimes accompanied genuine crisis, that he wasn't merely experiencing temptation. He was experiencing something closer to compulsion. He could see the room. He could see the door. He could see, with the automatic and horrifying precision of a mind built for hunting, exactly how the sequence of events would unfold if he stopped resisting it. He reached toward her mind. The instinct was simultaneous with the horror. He needed her to be a person rather than prey, needed something human and specific and real to hold against the monster's simplifications. He found nothing. Silence. Complete, absolute, unprecedented silence where her consciousness should have been, where the low hum of human thought should have been broadcasting itself into his awareness, whether he sought it or not. Because it always did. Because it had always done so. Because in 100 years of existing in the world, he had never once encountered a human mind that did not transmit itself into his with the involuntary constancy of a radio signal that had no off switch. There was instead simply nothing. A void. A door not merely closed but apparently absent. A silence so complete that for a moment he wondered if she was real. The shock of it fractured the bloodlust, not dissolved it. The thirst was still burning in his throat with an intensity that made it difficult to think in consecutive sentences. But it introduced a second thing alongside it, something that competed for his attention in a way nothing had competed for his attention in years. Curiosity, the unprecedented, maddening, impossible fact of a mind he could not read. In a century of hearing everyone, she alone was quiet, and the quiet was so unexpected, so profoundly disorienting, that some part of him oriented toward it the way a person orients towards sudden silence in a room that has been loud for a very long time. The class period lasted 50 minutes. Edward counted every second of it, did not breathe for the entirety of it, and sat beside a girl whose name he did not yet know, and whose mind he could not access, and whose blood was the most intoxicating thing he had ever encountered. And he held himself perfectly still, and he did not move, and the bell eventually rang. He was out of his chair and through the door before she had closed her notebook. He moved at the very edge of human speed and burst out into the cold rain of the parking lot, and finally allowed his lungs to work again, pulling in long, slow drafts of air that did not carry her scent, feeling the thirst begin its slow retreat from catastrophic to merely severe. Alice found him beside the Volvo. "I saw," she said quietly, before he could speak. Her expression was controlled, but her thoughts were not. They were full of the fragmented visions she had been assembling throughout the afternoon, and the images of Edward rigid at the lab table, his face turned to the wall, the white-knuckled grip on the table's edge that had left visible impressions in the material that would need to be explained or replaced. She had watched it unfolding from across the building and had been unable to do anything but witness it. "I can't go back in there," Edward said. The roughness in his voice had nothing to do with the mechanics of speech. "Alice, I planned it. Right there in class, with 30 other people in the room. I was not just tempted. I was planning the specific sequence. I need to leave Forks. I need to go somewhere far enough away that her scent isn't a factor before I do something that destroys everything Carlisle has built here and probably gets us all killed." "I know what happened," Alice said quietly. She reached out and put her hand on his arm. "And I've already looked at what happens if you leave. You go, Edward. You get distance. You go to Alaska or further. And you stay away for days and maybe a week, and the distance helps. But the curiosity brings you back. The silence where her mind should be becomes something you can't stop thinking about, because you have never in 100 years encountered anything like it, and you know that. And when you come back without having built your control incrementally, without having used the proximity itself to adjust, it will be worse than today. Today, you were unprepared. You were blindsided. There is a version of you that sits beside her knowing exactly what is coming, and that version has a chance." Edward stared at the rain on the Volvo's hood. "You're telling me that the solution to nearly killing her today is to go back tomorrow and sit beside her again?" "I'm telling you what I can see," Alice said. "And I'm telling you something else." She hesitated, and in the hesitation, Edward heard the thing she was deciding how to phrase. "Whatever she is to my gift, whatever makes her invisible to me, she is something genuinely new, Edward. And I think you already know that the not knowing is not a small thing for you. I think the silence in her mind is already more than a curiosity. I think it may be the first genuinely new thing you've encountered in a very long time." He could not argue with this honestly. The silence where her mind should have been had already settled into him differently than the thirst had settled, and occupying a different register entirely. Not the burning urgency of want, but the quieter and more persistent pull of something unresolved. Something that would not let itself be filed away as understood. He spent the evening in the mountains. He hunted with a focus and thoroughness he rarely brought to the practical necessity of feeding. 3 elk taken in sequence, then a mountain lion found by chance near the ridge. The accumulated blood enough to bring the thirst down from crisis to the manageable ache that was its ordinary resting state. When he returned to the Cullen house, his eyes had shifted back toward gold, and his control had rebuilt itself to the level he required for ordinary functioning. He went to Carlisle, and he sat in Carlisle's study and told him everything with the clinical precision he employed when confessing the worst things about himself, because precision was the only guarantee that nothing was softened into something more comfortable than it actually was. He described the scent and what it had done to him. He described the planning. He described the silence where her mind should have been. The unprecedented quality of that silence, the way it had coexisted with the bloodlust as something separate and almost as strong. Carlyle listened without interrupting, his expression the careful stillness of someone who has been receiving difficult information across centuries and has learned that stillness is the most useful response to it. When Edward finished, the study was quiet for a long moment. La tua cantante, Carlyle said. Han and the Italian carried the weight of something documented across their kind's history. Rare, but not without precedent. A singer. The one human whose blood calls to a specific vampire above all others with a resonance that operates below reason and beneath resistance. It happens rarely, but it happens. He paused. And the mind you cannot read. That is something else entirely. Something I have no precedent for. What do I do? Edward asked. Carlyle held his gaze steadily. Two choices. We leave Forks immediately, all of us, before this escalates beyond management. Or you stay. You build your resistance through proximity rather than distance, incrementally, the way true control is actually built, rather than the way we prefer to imagine it is. You face what you are capable of instead of removing the test. Another pause. Neither choice is without cost, but I will not make this decision for you. That evening, the family gathered without Edward having asked them to. Carlyle had spoken to Esme, and Esme had drawn the others together with the quiet efficiency she employed when the family required something that could not wait for a naturally occurring moment. They were arranged in the living room when Edward came downstairs. Carlyle and Esme near the window, Alice and Jasper together on the sofa, Emmett in his customary chair, Rosalie standing slightly apart in the way she always positioned herself when she had already reached a conclusion she anticipated needing to defend. Edward heard all of their thoughts simultaneously, the convergence of 6 distinct interior lives focusing on the same point, and what he heard in the privacy of those minds was considerably more complex than what the room's surface suggested. Rosalie had formed her position before Edward reached the bottom of the stairs. It was not framed in cruelty. Rosalie was rarely motivated by malice where pragmatism was available, and her thinking in this moment was entirely pragmatic. A human girl had witnessed something she could not explain. She was, by all accounts, perceptive and intelligent, which made her considerably more dangerous than the average person who glimpsed something anomalous and dismissed it. She would investigate. She might speak to someone. The risk she represented to the family's carefully maintained invisibility was concrete and growing, and the solution was unpleasant but clear. Rosalie did not enjoy this conclusion, as she did not reach for it with any enthusiasm. She simply could not identify a sufficient counter-argument, and she had lived long enough to understand that insufficient counter-arguments were not counter-arguments at all. Jasper's position aligned with Rosalie's, and was, if anything, even more methodically reasoned. He had spent the first decades of his vampire existence in circumstances where the calculation of threat and response had been the difference between survival and destruction, and the mathematics of this particular situation were not complicated. One human life, uncertain in its ongoing discretion, measured against the continued safety of 7 vampires. and the continued viability of everything they had built across the better part of 2 centuries. The weight of the scales was not ambiguous. He was not comfortable with where the scale settled. But his discomfort was not a variable he had ever considered sufficient reason to reach a different conclusion than the evidence supported. Emmett's thoughts were the ones that gave Edward the longest pause, not because they were the darkest, but because of what their particular quality revealed. Emmett did not approach the situation with resentment or with the military logic of a soldier. He approached it the way he approached most practical problems, as something to be resolved with a minimum of unnecessary complication, after which normal life could resume. The question of the girl registered in his mind not as a moral weight, but as a logistical variable. He wasn't indifferent in the sense of being actively callous. He simply did not experience the ethical dimension of the calculation as a dimension that required particular navigation. The line between his civilized self and his predatory nature was, in unguarded moments, considerably thinner than he performed. Esme's thoughts were what Edward had anticipated and what told him the most. She was not going to support anything that resulted in Bella's death. She would not, and she did not need to deliberate to know this. But when Edward listened for the foundation of her position, what he found was not a principle about the sanctity of human life stated in its own terms. What he found was him. Esme had been watching Edward since before he came downstairs, reading the quality of his footsteps, the weight of his movements, the particular combination of devastation and aliveness that his face had carried when he came through the front door after the mountains. She had read it the way she read all of them, with the attention of someone whose primary vocation for decades had been understanding the specific emotional language of the people she loved. And what she had read in Edward told her that something had happened today that had not happened to him in longer than she could easily calculate. Something had struck him. Something had made him feel the full intensity of a crisis rather than the distant management of one. And Esme, who had watched Edward's suffering become a kind of permanent low weather in the household, present always, catastrophic never, and draining in its constancy, could not be the person who voted to extinguish whatever had caused that particular quality of aliveness, however terrifying its circumstances. Her morality was real, but its foundation in this moment was love for her son, and the love was not separate from the moral position. It was the ground the moral position grew from. Carlyle guided the deliberation that followed with the steady authority of someone whose ethical framework was the architecture everyone else was living inside. He did not call a vote in those terms, but the conversation was real, and the outcome was not predetermined, and Edward heard in each mind the genuine distance between where they began and where they eventually arrived, carried there by Carlyle's principles and by the visible evidence of Edward's state, and by the understanding, our shared if unspoken, that a family that voted to eliminate a problem rather than manage it was a family that had crossed a line it could not uncross. Bella Swan would not be harmed. The decision settled into the room like a slow exhalation, and the tension that had held the evening did not disappear, but redistributed itself into something more manageable. Edward sat with the relief of it, and also, beneath the relief, with a thing the relief could not cover. She was alive because of what her death would do to him, and what his unraveling would do to the family. and what the family's fracture would do to everything Carlyle had spent 3 centuries constructing with such deliberate and patient care. She was alive because she was, at this precise moment, a variable whose removal carried consequences that none of them were willing to absorb. This was protection. It was real in its way. It would keep her from harm as surely as any warmer motivation might. But it was not love. It was not even the early, tentative form that love takes before it knows itself. It was calculation dressed in the language of family consensus, and Edward heard it clearly for what it was, because Edward always heard clearly, because the gift that cursed him with everyone's interior truth had never once offered him the mercy of a comfortable fiction. Bella Swan had been given her life the way certain fragile and inconvenient things are sometimes preserved, not because they are treasured for their own sake, but because the cost of losing them, measured against the things that would break in their absence, is simply too high. She would walk through the door of Forks High School tomorrow morning without knowing any of this, without knowing that her continued existence had been discussed in a room full of beings who could have ended it without effort, and that the outcome had not been guaranteed, and that the margin between the verdict that was reached and a different verdict was not as wide as the word family implied. She would sit beside Edward in biology, and she would take notes, and she would breathe, and she would be completely and dangerously unaware of how recently and how narrowly the permission for all of that had been granted. The days that followed Bella Swan's arrival in Forks were not easier. They were merely survivable, which was a different thing entirely. Anne and Edward understood the distinction with the precision of someone who had spent a century navigating the vast and uncomfortable territory between those two conditions. He returned to biology the next morning, having hunted before dawn, having driven deep into the Olympic Mountains and taken down enough animal prey to bring the thirst to its lowest, manageable register. His eyes shifted back toward the bright goal that indicated recent feeding, rather than the dark amber that signaled deprivation. He had prepared with the deliberateness of a soldier preparing for an engagement he could not avoid, not with optimism about the outcome, not with any particular confidence, but with the grim and specific focus of someone who has decided that endurance is the only available objective and has oriented himself accordingly. He sat beside her. He did not breathe. He did not look at her directly for the first several days, keeping his face angled toward the whiteboard or the lab work or the middle distance of the window, directing his attention anywhere that was not the girl 18 inches to his left. He counted seconds. He counted minutes. He got through each class period the way one gets through something genuinely terrible, by refusing to calculate the full remaining duration and focusing instead on the next small increment, the next 30 seconds, the next 2 minutes, the next small victory of remaining exactly where he was and doing nothing. And gradually, incrementally, in the way that genuine control is actually built rather than imagined, it became fractionally less impossible, not easy, not safe, and not anything that could be honestly described with a word that implied comfort, but less than catastrophic in the specific way that the first day had been catastrophic, and Edward accepted this without the insult of calling it progress, because progress implied a destination, and he was not yet certain there was one. What he could not control, despite every disciplinary effort he brought to the problem, was his awareness of her. even without looking, even without breathing, during the stretches when the thirst sharpened and he removed the sense from the stimulus to buy himself time. He tracked her with every other sense available to him in a way that was entirely involuntary, that predated any decision about whether tracking her was wise, that he could not have suppressed without suppressing consciousness itself. And the sound of her heartbeat, which was steady and had its own particular rhythm, slightly faster than average, he noted, though whether this was her baseline or a response to his presence, he could not determine without the access to her thoughts that she uniquely denied him. The warmth that radiated from her skin and displaced the air between them in a way his own cold skin registered with uncomfortable clarity. The scratch of her pen against paper, the soft percussion of pages turning, the specific quality of her breathing when she was concentrating on something versus when she was simply existing in the ordinary, unconsidered way that humans existed when they believed themselves unobserved. And always, underneath all of it, the silence, the maddening and beautiful and utterly unprecedented silence where her mind should have been. He reached toward it reflexively, the way one reaches toward a sound that stops unexpectedly, and found nothing each time with a consistency that was beginning to feel less like a deficit and more like a characteristic, less like something missing and more like something specific to her, something that belonged to her the way her heartbeat belonged to her. When he was beside her, the endless noise of every other consciousness in the room receded from foreground to background, because his attention was so completely absorbed by the effort of reaching toward the one mind that would not answer him, that the others faded to a manageable hum. The silence was not peaceful in the conventional sense. It was maddening and compelling and deeply, structurally unsettling. But it was quiet in a way that nothing else in his existence was quiet. And he had been starved of quiet for so long that even this difficult version of it registered as something close to relief. He did not examine this too closely. There were already enough things to manage. The morning of January 21st arrived, carrying a light layer of ice on the roads, deposited overnight by a temperature drop that had frozen the standing water in the parking lots and left the asphalt with a treacherous gloss that caught the flat winter light and gave nothing back. Edward noticed it and calibrated his driving accordingly. The adjustment automatic, one of the 1,000 small unconscious competencies that accumulated when you have been navigating the world's physical conditions for a century. He parked the Volvo and gathered his bag and was crossing the lot toward the building, his siblings dispersing around him toward their respective first classes, when the sequence of sounds registered. The spinning of tires on ice, the specific pitch of a vehicle attempting traction it no longer had, the low metallic groan of mass in unintended motion, the acceleration of velocity in a direction no driver had chosen. He turned. Tyler Crowley's van was sliding. The ice beneath the rear tires had removed whatever friction Tyler had been depending on, and the vehicle was moving sideways across the parking lot with the slow, grinding inevitability of a disaster that has already committed itself and is simply completing the arc physics requires of it. Edward tracked the trajectory with the automatic precision of a mind that processed spatial relationships at speeds human cognition could not approach. And what he found at the end of that trajectory, the fixed point toward which the van was moving with complete indifference to what it contained, was Bella Swan. She She was standing beside her truck, her back to the approaching vehicle, her attention somewhere else entirely, carrying no awareness whatsoever of what was coming toward her. She was, in this moment, as completely vulnerable as a human being could be, unaware, unprotected, positioned with a particular terrible specificity of someone who happened to be standing in exactly the wrong place at exactly the wrong time, with no capacity to help herself and no warning that help was needed. He moved before he decided to move. This was the thing he returned to afterward, again and again, with the analytical thoroughness he brought to anything that disturbed him, because the absence of decision disturbed him enormously. He was a being of considerable discipline and a century of practice control, and the premise of that discipline was that every action was preceded by a choice, that the gap between impulse and action was where everything important happened, where the difference between what he was and what he chose to be was maintained. He did not act on instinct. He had spent decades learning not to act on instinct, because his instincts were the instincts of a predator, and predatory instincts followed to their natural conclusion, produced outcomes he had committed himself to preventing. And yet, he covered the distance between himself and Bella in a fraction of a second, without deciding to cover it. His body was simply there, between Bella and the van, his palm raised to meet the vehicle's mass, his other arm curving around her to bring her down and away from the worst of the impact. The van connected with his hand, and he absorbed it and redirected it, his feet finding purchase on the ice with an ease that had nothing to do with the laws of friction that had failed Tyler Crowley, his body doing the physics of the situation differently than human bodies could do physics. The van crumpled against his resistance, not instantaneously. An instantaneous stop would have been its own impossible thing, the kind of impossibility that left no room for explanation. But it slowed and deflected, and came to rest in a configuration that was survivable for Tyler inside it, and Bella went down in a controlled fall, rather than the catastrophic one she had been seconds away from experiencing, from her head meeting the pavement with the impact of a stumble, rather than the impact of a vehicle. She lay still, stunned. He crouched beside her in the strange, suspended quiet that followed near disasters, that particular hush in which the people present are still processing whether what almost happened actually happened, and he made what he would later understand to be his first serious tactical error in his management of the situation that Bella Swan represented. He looked at her directly. He'd been avoiding this with considerable deliberateness for days, keeping his gaze angled away during biology, refusing the direct eye contact that he understood with reasonable accuracy would cost him something specific in terms of the control he was most trying to maintain. The eyes were not metaphorically significant in this context, and they were practically significant. Direct eye contact with a person whose mind he could not read was a different category of exposure than peripheral awareness, was a form of acknowledging her as specifically real in a way that the careful management of these weeks had been designed to prevent. But in this moment, with her on the ground and the immediate threat resolved, and the thirst momentarily overridden by some other instinct that had moved him across the parking lot without consulting his reasoning, he looked at her, and she looked back at him, and the silence where her mind should have been intensified in the seconds of direct eye contact in a way he had not anticipated, became more present rather than less, took on a quality that was distinct from its ordinary constancy, and as though the directness of the looking was a variable that changed something in the particular texture of her silence. He saw, in the seconds of that exchange, what he had suspected and had been hoping not to confirm. She was not frightened in the simple, instinctive way that a near disaster produces fear. She was thinking. He could see it, not the contents, never the contents, but the activity itself was visible in her expression, in the way that genuine concentrated thought is visible in a face when you are paying close enough attention. She was measuring things, the distance he had crossed, the time the crossing had taken, the temperature of his skin where it had made contact with hers, the dent his palm had pressed into the van's side panel, and which was shaped like a handprint, and was not the shape that a human hand made when meeting a vehicle at speed under normal physical conditions. She was assembling, and the thing she was assembling, piece by careful piece, was going to become a problem. At the hospital, she asked questions. She was measured about it, not aggressive. She did not demand or accuse, which would have been easier to dismiss. She simply asked, with a particular directness of someone who has decided that confusion is worse than confrontation, and that she would rather have the uncomfortable truth than the comfortable deflection. Edward deflected anyway, with the practiced imprecision he had developed across decades of managing human curiosity about the anomalies he could not always fully conceal. He gave her answers that were not lies, but were not truths, and that occupied the space between the two with enough plausibility to function as temporary covers. She accepted them with a visible, not acceptance, that told him everything he needed to know about how long the temporary cover would hold. He went home. The family was not arranged with the deliberate formation of the previous gathering. This was less organized, more immediate, the assembly of people who have heard something concerning and have not yet decided how concerned to be. They had the parking lot story already, carried through the thoughts of the students who had witnessed pieces of it from various angles and were currently transmitting those pieces through forks, with the enthusiastic imprecision of people retelling something they had experienced primarily as shock and adrenaline, rather than clear observation. Our Edward could hear the town's account assembling itself in real time as he drove home, could hear the details being passed from mind to mind and shifting slightly with each transmission. He had moved very fast. He'd been very far away. He had appeared between Bella and the van in a time frame that did not correspond to any reasonable estimate of the distance involved. The eyewitness accounts were inconsistent with each other in the specific ways that eyewitness accounts of rapid, unexpected events were always inconsistent, and inconsistency in eyewitness testimony was its own kind of cover. It made the impossible seem merely confused rather than documented. Bella Swan's account would not be inconsistent in that way. This was what Edward said when he sat down with his family, and this was the sentence that changed the temperature of the room. He told them what she had observed, and what she had asked, and what her expression had communicated when he failed to answer adequately. He told them that she was perceptive in a specific and unusual way, not in the way that occasionally suspicious humans were perceptive, which was the perceptiveness of pattern recognition operating on limited information, but in the way of someone who looked at things directly and held what she saw without immediately reaching for a more comfortable interpretation. She had felt his skin. She had seen the dent. She had registered the distance and the time. And she was sitting with all of it rather than dismissing it, which meant that the information was accumulating rather than dissipating, and accumulating information had a direction that it eventually reached. Rosalie's response was immediate and had the quality of something that had been waiting since the previous deliberation for exactly this kind of confirmation. She did not raise her voice. Rosalie rarely raised her voice because Rosalie understood that the force of an argument was weakened rather than strengthened by the emotional register in which it was delivered, and she wanted her argument heard with the full clarity of its actual logic, rather than dismissed as feeling. What she said was this: the situation had escalated in precisely the direction she had predicted. The girl had now witnessed two anomalies rather than one, yet she was demonstrably not inclined toward the kind of comfortable self-deception that most humans deployed when confronted with things that did not fit their understanding of the world. Every day that passed without resolution was a day in which Bella Swan's private investigation continued, and private investigations of this particular subject had a history of ending in ways that were catastrophically bad for the Cullen family specifically, and for every vampire who had built a life inside the secrecy that the Volturi enforced with absolute and merciless consistency. Jasper's contribution to the deliberation was the one that Edward found most difficult to hear, not because it was the harshest, but because it was the most rigorously honest. And Jasper had supported the previous verdict with the understanding that Edward's control and the girl's eventual adjustment to the anomaly of the Cullens might produce a workable equilibrium, a situation in which Bella Swan became one of the small number of humans who noticed something wrong about their neighbors and chose not to pursue it, because pursuing it led nowhere comfortable. The parking lot incident demonstrated that this equilibrium was not developing. Edward's presence near Bella was not decreasing the rate of exposure. It was increasing it. Every instinct Edward acted on around her. The first week of rigid avoidance that itself communicated something wrong. The saving of her life in a way that could not be explained by human capability was generating new information for a girl who was already in possession of too much. Jasper said all of this without anger, without particular emotion of any kind that Edward could detect, which was its own form of communication. When Jasper was emotional about something, he used his gift to manage it, to smooth it into something that did not interfere with his thinking. The fact that he was managing nothing in this conversation meant he had nothing to manage. He was simply correct by his own framework, and he knew it, and the knowing was not satisfying. It was simply accurate. Emmett, and this was the detail that Edward found himself returning to with the most discomfort in the hours and days that followed, had not changed. The situation had escalated, and Emmett's relationship to the question at the center of the deliberation had not shifted in any direction that mattered. He was still approaching it with the same practical ease, the same essential untroubled quality, the same complete absence of the moral friction that the question should by any reasonable measure have been producing in someone who had lived alongside humans for decades and had built something that functioned as a life alongside the family that called him brother. There was no malice in Emmett. This was important to note, because malice would have been easier to understand and easier to argue against. What there was instead was something more unsettling, a genuine absence of the category of concern that the situation required, a clean, cheerful practicality that treated the question of a human girl's continued existence as equivalent in moral weight to the question of which route to take when relocating. And Edward heard this and sat with it and understood, not for the first time but more clearly than before, that the Cullen family's moral framework was not uniformly distributed among its members. Carlyle's ethics were his own, genuinely held, constructed across centuries of deliberate engagement with the hardest questions their existence posed. The others inhabited those ethics the way one inhabits a house that someone else has built, gratefully, functionally, without necessarily having constructed for themselves the foundations that made the structure stand. Esme's thoughts had shifted since the previous gathering, and the sheaf was small enough that it might not have been visible to anyone without Edward's access to her interior life. But it was there, and it was real, and he noted it with the careful attention he always paid to changes in his family's emotional landscape. She'd been watching him since he came home. She had been doing what she always did, reading him, cataloguing the specific qualities of his current state against the long history she had accumulated of his previous states, building her understanding of what he was experiencing from the outside in, since she could not access the inside directly. And what she had found when she looked at him today was different from what she had found when she looked at him the day before Bella Swan arrived in Forks. She could not have named it precisely. Edward could hear that she was not naming it precisely even to herself, that she was holding it as a sense rather than a conclusion. But it had something to do with the parking lot, with the fact that he had moved without deciding, that his body had chosen something protective before his mind had authorized the choosing. Esme had known Edward to choose protection. She had seen him make the deliberate, disciplined, costly decision to protect people from himself and occasionally from others, and she had recognized those decisions as the acts of will they were, and had loved him for them. But this was something different, and the difference mattered to her in ways she had not finished understanding. Carlyle held the room. He did this not through authority exactly, though the authority was present and real, but through the particular quality of his attention, the way he listened to each person, as though what they were saying was worth the full weight of his consideration, even when he disagreed, even when what he was hearing was an argument for something he had already determined he could not support. He let Rosalie finish. He let Jasper complete his assessment. He acknowledged the accuracy of the observations and the validity of the concern and the genuine threat that Bella Swan's perceptiveness represented to everything they had built in Forks and everywhere before Forks. And then he said what he had been preparing to say since Edward came home, what he had known he would need to say, since he first understood that the parking lot incident was not simply an exposure problem but also something else, and something that pointed in a direction he was not willing to abandon. He said that Edward had moved toward Bella Swan before he decided to. He said this slowly, and with the weight of someone who understands that the sentence contains more than its surface meaning. He said that in 90 years of knowing his son, across everything Edward had been and done and recovered from and failed at, he had never seen Edward's body act in genuine protection of something before his mind authorized the protection. He'd seen Edward's darkness act before his mind could stop it. He'd never seen Edward's. And here Carlyle paused, because the word he needed was not a word that sat comfortably in a tactical discussion. Goodness acted before his mind could authorize it. He said that this seemed to him like information worth weighing, and the deliberation that followed was the longest and most genuinely uncertain the family had held in years. Edward sat in it and heard each of his family members working through it in real time. Heard the resistance and the reluctant recalibration and the slow, uneven settling toward a verdict that not everyone reached from the same direction or with the same degree of willingness. Bella Swan would not be harmed. The verdict arrived the same way the previous one had arrived, settling into the room with the quality of a collective exhalation. But Edward heard the difference between this verdict and the last one, heard it clearly in the specific texture of each family member's thoughts as the decision resolved. The first verdict had been almost entirely structural. She lives because Edward's reaction to her death is a variable the family cannot absorb, and the family's continued stability is the primary value being protected. This verdict still contained that calculation. It would have been dishonest to pretend otherwise. And dishonesty was not something the interior lives of his family members engaged in with much success when he was listening. But it contained something else alongside it. Carlyle's observation about the parking lot had introduced a new variable into the room's thinking, and some of the family had been moved by it, not to love, not even close to love, but to a tentative revision of the category in which Bella Swan was being held. She was beginning, for some of them, to exist as something other than a problem with the status. She was beginning to be, and provisionally and with considerable reservation, a person whose existence had produced something in Edward that the family recognized reluctantly as worth protecting in its own right. Not all of them. Rosalie's position had not moved in the direction of warmth, and Jasper's concession to the verdict was military rather than emotional. He accepted the decision of the group and would act accordingly, which was its own kind of loyalty, even if it was not the kind that came from feeling. But even in those minds, something had shifted slightly. The conversation had been different this time. The outcome had been deliberated rather than merely determined. Edward sat with all of this afterward, alone in his room, listening to the house settle around him. The protection was real. The verdict would hold. Bella Swan would continue to exist in Forks, would continue to sit beside him in biology, would continue to assemble her quiet and dangerous understanding of what the Cullen family was, and the family would continue to let her, for reasons that were partly strategic and partly something else, something that was not yet love, but was perhaps the first faint condition under which love might eventually become possible. It was not what most people meant when they used the word protection. It was not what Bella would have imagined if she had been told that 7 vampires had twice deliberated her fate and twice returned the verdict that she should continue to live. She would have imagined something warmer, something more immediate and unconditional and certain. What actually existed was more fragile and more honest than that, and it was a coalition of damaged beings making a collective decision based on a mixture of ethics and self-interest and emerging attachment, and the weight of one man's observation about his son moving towards something good before his mind could second-guess the moving. It was enough to keep her alive. For now, it was enough. There is a particular kind of loneliness that belongs exclusively to those who know too much. Edward had lived inside this loneliness for the entirety of his vampire existence, had learned its specific contours and its daily weight, and the precise way it pressed against the inside of his consciousness during the long hours when he would have preferred silence, and found instead the unrelenting broadcast of every mind within range. He had adapted to it the way one adapts to a chronic condition, not by resolving it, but by organizing life around its persistence, by building habits and distances and routines that made it manageable without ever making it comfortable. What he had not anticipated in all the decades of that adaptation was that the loneliness would clarify. That was what Bella Swan did, without knowing she did it. Her silence, the complete and unprecedented absence of her thoughts from the constant stream that filled his consciousness, created a point of contrast so sharp that everything around it became newly visible by comparison. He had known, in an abstract sense, that he heard everyone. He had known this the way one knows a fact that has never had its opposite to define it against. But sitting beside Bella in biology, reaching toward a mind that would not answer and finding instead the quiet space where she existed, Edward began to hear the family with a clarity and a specificity he had not brought to them in years. He had been listening to them for decades. The listening had become habitual, and habitual listening was his own form of not hearing. The sounds were present, but the attention had moved elsewhere. The way one stops hearing a clock that has been ticking in the same room for a long time. Bella's silence reset something in him. It made the noise louder by contrast, and in the weeks following her arrival in Forks, Edward found himself hearing his family not as the familiar background of his existence, but as something newly, uncomfortably audible. What he heard did not simplify anything. Rosalie's thoughts during this period had a quality that Edward found himself returning to with more attention than he usually devoted to her interior life, which he had learned to approach with a certain careful distance out of respect for the pain that lived there, and out of the knowledge that Rosalie was aware he could hear her and resented the hearing deeply. She was not broadcasting. She was not performing her thoughts for an audience she knew she had. What Edward caught from her during these weeks was the unguarded variety, the thoughts that arose in the spaces between deliberate consideration, the ones that revealed the texture of her experience rather than the conclusions she had reached about it. Rosalie did not hate Bella Swan. This was the first and most important clarification, because the surface of Rosalie's behavior toward the situation suggested hostility, and hostility was easy to misread as personal. What Edward heard in her unguarded moments was something considerably more complicated and considerably more painful. What Rosalie felt when she thought about Bella, which she did, more often than she would have chosen, because the situation had made Bella a recurring presence in the family's collective attention, was not anger directed at a person. It was grief directed at a fact. Bella Swan was human. Bella Swan had a heartbeat and a future that would extend forward in the ordinary way that human futures extended, toward experiences and choices and changes that Rosalie had been permanently denied at the moment of her transformation. Bella Swan could grow, could age, could make decisions about her own body and her own life without those decisions being constrained by the unchanging parameters of what she had been frozen into at the worst moment of her existence. And Bella Swan, in Rosalie's increasingly resentful awareness, was apparently considering throwing all of this away, was apparently drawn toward the vampire world rather than repelled by it, was apparently looking at everything Rosalie mourned and finding it less valuable than what Edward represented. The grief this produced in Rosalie was not small, and it was not simple, and it was not, at its core, about Bella at all. It was about Rosalie, about the years of mourning a human life she had never chosen to give up, about the particular cruelty of watching someone voluntarily move toward the thing that had been forced upon her. About the impossibility of explaining to anyone who had not lived it what it cost to be beautiful and eternal and incapable of the ordinary human futures that even the plainest, most unremarkable human being could access simply by continuing to exist. Edward heard all of this and said nothing about it, because there was nothing to say. Rosalie's grief was real, and her resentment was earned, and her position on Bella was not, when heard from the inside, simply opposition for its own sake. It was the position of someone who understood what was being treated as disposable, and who could not make herself indifferent to the disposal. Jasper's thoughts during these weeks were a different kind of education. Edward had always maintained a certain careful attentiveness around Jasper's interior life, partly out of the genuine sympathy he felt for the specific nature of Jasper's gift and the toll it extracted, and partly because Jasper's military mind produced a quality of thinking that was worth following, even when its conclusions were uncomfortable. Jasper thought in systems. He understood the world as a collection of interacting forces, each with its own direction and momentum, and he navigated those forces with the patience and precision of someone who had learned that timing and positioning mattered more than raw strength. What Edward heard in Jasper's thoughts during this period was the continuous low-level operation of a tactical assessment that never fully disengaged. Every day that Bella Swan spent in proximity to the Cullen family was a day that Jasper was running the variables. The status of her knowledge, the trajectory of her investigation, the likelihood of various outcomes given the current rate of information accumulation. He was not malicious about this. The assessment was not oriented toward harm, but it was oriented toward the family's survival with an absolute consistency that did not vary regardless of what else was happening, regardless of Edward's visible attachment, regardless of the way the rest of the family was gradually, unevenly adjusting its relationship to the situation. For Jasper, Bella Swan remained a variable whose value was determined by her relationship to risk. On days when the risk seemed contained, her value was neutral. On days when something happened that increased the risk, the van incident, Bella's questions at the hospital, any moment in which her perceptiveness broke through the cover stories they maintained, her value shifted toward negative. This was not cruelty. It was the cognitive inheritance of a man who had survived circumstances where this kind of thinking was the only thing that kept anyone alive, calcified into habit across decades until it was no longer a strategy he deployed, but simply the way his mind naturally organized information. What Edward also heard, and what complicated the simpler reading of Jasper as merely tactical, was the empathic dimension of his experience during these weeks. Jasper felt the emotional states of everyone around him, whether he sought them or not, and the emotional states currently circulating through the Cullen household were neither simple nor quiet. He felt Edward's extraordinary and growing turmoil, the mixture of thirst and fascination, and something that was becoming attachment with a velocity that alarmed Edward himself when he examined it honestly. He felt Rosalie's grief, and Esme's cautious hope, and Emmett's uncomplicated amusement, and Alice's excited anticipation. He felt all of it simultaneously, a continuous emotional weather that he managed with the same discipline he brought to everything, using his own gift to smooth the sharpest edges, to prevent the collective turbulence from overwhelming the household's functional equilibrium. He was, in other words, doing an enormous amount of invisible work, and in his private thoughts, in the moments when he allowed himself the honesty of examining his own experience rather than managing everyone else's, Edward heard the cost of that work. Jasper was tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. He had been tired this way for years, had been the household's emotional regulator for so long that the role had become invisible, taken for granted by some members of the family who benefited from his management without fully understanding what it required of him. The arrival of Bella Swan had increased the volume of what he was managing considerably, and in the unguarded moments of Jasper's private thoughts, Edward heard something adjacent to resentment about this, carefully contained and never acted upon, but present. Emmett's thoughts were, in their way, the most honest in the household, because Emmett did not have a complicated interior life and did not particularly try to construct one, and he thought about things straightforwardly, and he felt things straightforwardly, and the gap between his presented self and his interior self was considerably smaller than it was for any of the others, which made him restful to be near in the specific way that uncomplicated people are restful, and occasionally alarming in the way that uncomplicated people are alarming when the thing they are being uncomplicated about requires more complexity than they are bringing to it. What Edward heard in Emmett's thoughts about Bella during these weeks was primarily amusement, not cruelty dressed as amusement, genuine amusement, the kind that came from watching something unexpected unfold and finding it entertaining rather than threatening. Edward had spent decades being somewhat superior about his self-control. I had maintained a quality of discipline removed from the ordinary temptations that the others navigated with varying degrees of difficulty. And now, here he was, completely destabilized by a human girl with brown eyes and a quiet mind, sitting beside her in biology every day, and white-knuckling his way through 50-minute class periods while she took notes on mitosis. Emmett found this genuinely funny, with the specific warmth of someone who finds another person's comeuppance funny because he loves them and because the comeuppance is not actually harmful. But beneath the amusement, and this was what Edward returned to in his private examination of his family's interior lives, there was something that Emmett's thoughts confirmed through its absence. And Emmett was not troubled by the ethical dimensions of their situation in any way that registered as a dimension requiring navigation. He'd adapted so completely to what they were, to the predatory nature, to the gap between their performance of civilization and the reality of their biology, that the ethical questions the others wrestled with in various degrees had simply not become live questions for him. He liked Carlyle's framework because it allowed him to live the way he preferred to live, not because he had independently arrived at the conclusion that the framework was right. This was a distinction that mattered, and Edward heard it clearly in the easy, unexamined quality of Emmett's relationship to their daily choices, Alice was the family member whose thoughts during this period were the most layered with the specific frustration of a gift failing to perform as expected. She had built her identity from her visions, had used them, in the absence of any human past, to anchor her as the foundation of everything she knew herself to be. She was the one who saw what was coming. She was the one who prepared the family, who warned them, who turned probability into something approaching certainty through the consistent accuracy of what she perceived. This was not merely what she did, it was what she was. Bella's anomalous resistance to her sight was therefore not simply a practical inconvenience, it was an identity problem. And every time Alice reached toward the futures surrounding Bella and found the familiar shimmer and blur rather than the clear sequential images her gift was designed to produce, she experienced something that her composed exterior did not reveal, but that Edward heard clearly in her thoughts. A disorientation that ran deeper than annoyance, a challenge to the self-understanding that her gift made possible. She had compensated by developing an intense personal investment in Bella that was partly genuine warmth and partly the obsession of someone trying to understand an anomaly that resisted understanding. She wanted to know Bella, wanted to be close to her, to accumulate the kind of direct personal knowledge that might supplement or compensate for what her visions could not give her. This was real affection, developing in real time, and Edward did not discount it as merely instrumental. Alice was genuinely drawn to Bella in the way that certain people are drawn to the one thing they cannot quite access, with a warmth that was inseparable from its own frustration, that grew rather than diminished as the resistance persisted. But the origin of the warmth was worth noting, because it meant that Alice's developing attachment to Bella was not simply the clean, uncomplicated regard of one person for another. It was entangled with Alice's need to resolve what Bella's existence meant for her gift, and that entanglement shaped the attachment in ways that were not always visible from the outside. Esme's thoughts were what Edward returned to most often in his private processing of these weeks, because Esme's interior life was the one most directly concerned with him rather than with Bella independently, and what she revealed in her unguarded moments told him things about the family structure that he had understood abstractly for decades, but was now understanding with a new and sharper specificity. Esme watched Edward with the continuous, calibrated attention of someone whose primary relationship to the world had always been through the people she loved, rather than through any independent engagement with it. Her emotional intelligence was extraordinary, not in the supernatural way that Jasper's empathic gift was extraordinary, but in the ordinary human way that some people simply understand other people with more depth and accuracy than average, a capacity she had carried into her transformation and that had only deepened across the decades of her immortal motherhood. She read Edward the way a musician reads a score, not note by note but as a whole, understanding the relationship between the parts, hearing what the pauses meant as much as what the sounds did. What she was reading in Edward during these weeks was something she had not read in him before. There was suffering. That was familiar, was in some ways the baseline of his existence that she had long since accepted as a permanent condition she could ameliorate but not resolve. But there was something alongside the suffering that was new, or new in this form. A quality of aliveness that she had not observed in him in longer than she could easily calculate. He was fully present in a way that he was not usually present. His attention engaged at his highest capacity. His senses oriented with an intensity that suffering alone did not produce. Suffering made Edward absent. Whatever was happening to him now was making him more present, even as it was clearly also making him more miserable. Esme sat with this observation and turned it over in her quiet, maternal way. And what she arrived at was not a conclusion exactly, but a direction. She had spent decades loving Edward through his hollowness, had provided what warmth and steadiness she could, while understanding that the hollowness had roots she could not reach. And now something was reaching them, something inconvenient and dangerous, and entirely beyond anyone's ability to manage cleanly. She was afraid of it. She was afraid for Edward, and she was afraid for the family, and she was afraid of what the situation with Bella Swan would eventually require of all of them. But beneath the fear, more quietly and more honestly than she would have said aloud, she was also grateful. Grateful that something existed that could do what decades of family love had not fully managed to do. They could find Edward in the deep hollow of his existence and make him reach toward it, even at significant cost, even in full knowledge of the danger. Edward heard this and felt it land in him in a complicated way. The gratitude in Esme's thoughts was not for Bella, it was for him, for the version of himself that was capable of being reached. And the complexity of feeling that gratitude, the love in it, and the sadness in it, and the way it implicitly described everything that had preceded it, was something he sat with for a long time without being able to fully resolve. This was what the family looked like from the inside, not the composed, functional, mutually supportive unit that their external performance suggested, not the cold and purely strategic coalition that the theory's sharpest version implied. Something more specific and more human than either. A group of damaged beings in varying stages of unprocessed grief, each managing the distance between what they were and what they had chosen to be with varying degrees of success. Each connected to the others through a web of need and love and dependency, so intertwined that it was genuinely impossible to isolate the strands. And at the center of all of it, on the fixed point against which each of them was oriented in different ways and to different degrees, was the silence. Not Bella's silence specifically, though that was part of it, but Edward's silence, the long, terrible silence of his loneliness that each of them had been living with and working around and quietly carrying for decades, and that something in Bella's arrival had begun, fractionally, to fill. They could feel it, each of them in their own way. The slight warming of a household that had been cold for too long. The reduction of a weight that had been so consistent it had become invisible until it shifted. And they did not know yet what to do with the fact that the thing warming them was also the thing that threatened everything they had built. That the girl who was filling Edward's silence was the same girl whose existence required them to make decisions they were not uniformly equipped to make well. From the ethical positions they were not uniformly capable of holding. This was the hidden architecture, not evil, not simply calculating, not the loving family of the story's surface or the cold coalition of the theory's premise, but something in between and more truthful than either, fragile and real, and held together by a love that was genuine even when it was also conditional. that protected even when the protection served multiple interests simultaneously, that would, in time, grow into something less dependent on calculation. But that time had not yet come, and in the meanwhile, Edward sat beside Bella in biology and heard his family's thoughts and held the silence of her mind like something precious, and tried to determine whether what was growing in him was something he was capable of surviving, or something that would require the family to survive it on his behalf. He did not yet know the answer, but he was, for the first time in a very long time, genuinely uncertain about how things would unfold. An uncertainty, in a life as long and as repetitive as his had been, felt remarkably close to hope. There is a principle embedded in the nature of vampire transformation that the Cullen family rarely discussed directly, not because they were unaware of it, but because awareness of it was uncomfortable in a way that discussion could not resolve. And the principle was this: the venom that rewrote human biology into something immortal was thorough in its work. It rebuilt the body at the cellular level, restructured bone and tissue and nerve into materials designed to withstand centuries of existence without deteriorating. It enhanced every sense, every capability, every physical attribute of the human it consumed and replaced with something that would outlast civilizations. What it did not do was heal. The mind that woke on the other side of transformation was the same mind that had entered it, carrying everything it had carried before. Every wound, every unresolved grief, every habitual pattern of thinking and feeling that the human years had carved into it through experience and loss, and the specific configurations of suffering that each life produced. The venom preserved the psychological state of the moment of transformation with the same fidelity it applied to the physical. It froze everything simultaneously: the body at its moment of human death, and the mind at its moment of greatest crisis, and the emotions at whatever pitch they had reached in those final hours of human consciousness. What was frozen stayed frozen. This was the principle the family did not discuss, not because they were unaware of it. Each of them understood it with the intimacy of personal experience, but because understanding it did not change it, and dwelling on what could not be changed was a particular form of torture that immortal beings could not afford to indulge if they intended to remain functional across the centuries of existence that stretched before them. Sir Edward had understood this principle abstractly since his early decades of vampire existence. He had heard it confirmed in the thoughts of other vampires he had encountered across a century of living, had observed it playing out in the patterns of behavior that long-lived vampires developed and maintained with a consistency that no amount of new experience seemed capable of fully modifying. But in the weeks following Bella Swan's arrival in Forks, hearing his family with the new clarity that her silence had produced by contrast, the way a single point of quiet could make all the surrounding noise suddenly more audible, he began to understand it not abstractly but specifically. He began to hear, in each of their interior lives, the precise shape of the wound that had been sealed into them at the moment of their making, and the way that wound continued to structure everything they did and felt and chose, decades or centuries after the human circumstances that produced it had ceased to exist in any form that could be directly addressed. Carlyle's wound was the oldest and the most thoroughly worked over, the one that had had the longest time to be examined and integrated and built around. and this showed in the relative stability of his interior life compared to the others. 3 centuries was a long time to construct a response to a crisis, and Carlyle had used those centuries with a deliberateness and discipline that distinguished him from virtually every other vampire Edward had encountered. He had not simply survived his transformation. He had systematically built an answer to it, piece by careful piece, across 300 years of intentional effort. He had been transformed in the 17th century, in England, the son of a pastor whose faith was the defining architecture of his world, and whose work was the hunting of what that faith defined as evil. Carlyle had inherited the work and had carried it with the earnestness of someone who genuinely believed in the framework his father had given him, had believed that the things his father hunted were real and were dangerous, and that the hunting of them was righteous. And then he had been bitten during the course of that work, had hidden through the 3 days of transformation in a cellar full of stored potatoes, and had woken as the thing his entire inherited belief system had classified as irredeemably damned. What Edward heard in Carlyle's thoughts, and in the deepest stratum beneath the centuries of practice, compassion, and deliberate principle, was the echo of that original horror. Not loud, Carlyle had had 300 years to build walls around it, and the walls were thick and carefully maintained, but present. The self-loathing of a man of faith who had become the thing his faith named as damned was not something that 3 centuries of counter-argument could fully eliminate, because it had been installed at the level of identity rather than at the level of opinion. It was not a conclusion Carlyle had reached. It was a thing he had woken as before he had any capacity to evaluate whether it was true. His ethics were the answer he had built to that installation. The medical practice, the family, and the philosophy of abstention and choice, and the insistence that vampire existence could be navigated without becoming predation. These were genuine, were the most real and most examined things about him, were the product of 3 centuries of sincere engagement with the hardest questions his existence posed. Edward had never doubted their reality, but hearing them from the inside, in the years of sharing a household with Carlyle, what he heard beneath the principle was the desperate necessity of a man who had needed there to be a way to be this thing and not be damned, who had built that way because the alternative was an eternity of self-condemnation without any possibility of appeal. The ethics were the answer to a wound. They were no less genuine for that, but they were no less rooted in survival either. And this distinction mattered when trying to understand what the family actually was at its foundation, as opposed to what it had constructed itself to appear. Esme's wound was the one Edward found most painful to hold clearly in his understanding, partly because of his love for her, and partly because the wound itself was the kind that did not admit of any comfortable reframing, any perspective that made it smaller or more manageable. She had lost a child, an infant son whose entire life had been measured in weeks, and whose death had been so complete in its devastation that she had sought her own death in response, had walked to a cliff and stepped off it with the specific, terrible clarity of someone who has concluded that continued existence is not a condition she can sustain. Carlyle had found her broken on the table in the hospital where they had brought her, and had made the choice that he would later describe to Edward as one he could not explain beyond the fact that he could not make himself watch her die. she had woken as a vampire. Her body was healed. Her child was still dead. The grief she had carried into the transformation was sealed into her with everything else, preserved in the form it had existed at the moment of her dying. Acute, total, the specific fresh devastation of recent catastrophic loss, rather than the worn, integrated form that grief took in humans who survived long enough to carry it forward into new experience. She had been given immortality and denied the one human process that made loss livable over time, which was the process of time itself working on the wound until the wound became a scar, and the scar became simply part of the body's history. She did not speak of the baby. In the surface layer of her consciousness, where Edward's gift most easily reached, his absence was managed, present as a weight rather than as an active thought, felt rather than examined. But in the deeper stratum, in the architectural foundation of everything Esme was and did, he was the reason for all of it. The family she had built with Carlyle was the answer she had found, not to the grief itself, which could not be answered, but to the question of what existence was for when the thing that made it meaningful had been taken. The family was purpose. The family was the reason to continue. And the family's wholeness was not, for Esme, at simply something she preferred. It was the condition of her own continued functioning, as structural to her survival as the venom that had made her immortal. This was what Edward heard when he listened to Esme's thoughts about Bella Swan. Not a simple moral position about the value of human life, though that was present. Not a simple maternal warmth extending itself outward to include a new person, though that was developing. What he heard at the foundation was the response of someone for whom the loss of any member of the family she had built would be the reopening of the wound that had originally killed her. She could not afford to lose Edward, not because she did not believe she would survive it in the practical sense, but because she wasn't certain she would survive it in the deeper sense, the sense in which survival required a reason, and the family was the reason she had built to replace the one that had been taken. Rosalie's wound was the one that Edward handled most carefully in his private examination of the family, because Rosalie was aware of his gift in a way that made his access to her interior life feel like a particular kind of violation, and he had always tried to honor her discomfort by not dwelling in what he heard from her more than the situation required. She had never forgiven him for being able to hear her. This was its own kind of wound, the wound of permanent involuntary exposure to someone she had not chosen to trust, and it existed alongside everything else she carried. She had been 21 years old, and she had been engaged to a man her family approved of, had been oriented toward a future that fit precisely within the parameters of what her world said a beautiful and well-positioned young woman's future was supposed to look like. The men who had ended that future were men she had known, had trusted, had moved through the world alongside with the ordinary confidence of someone who has not yet learned the specific lesson that her particular night of 1933 was designed to teach her. What they did to her was comprehensive. What they took was not only her physical safety, but her future, her body's autonomy, her ability to move through the world with the ordinary, unsuspecting trust that she had carried as simply the default condition of being alive. They left her in the street. Carlyle found her and transformed her, and she woke as something that could not be killed by ordinary means, could not be hurt in the ways she had been hurt, could not be made vulnerable again by the kind of violence that had destroyed her human life. She had killed them. Every one of the men responsible, hunted with the methodical patience of someone who had all the time in the world and the physical capabilities to make time irrelevant. She had not fed on them. This was the detail she had always been precise about, in the rare conversations where it was addressed at all. She had not wanted their blood. She had wanted the specific satisfaction of removing them from existence, which was a different thing. Carlyle had not stopped her. This remained one of the few decisions of his that Edward had never heard him fully account for in his own thoughts. Had never heard him integrate into the principled framework he applied to everything else. It was a gap in Carlyle's self-understanding, carefully maintained. What the transformation had preserved in Rosalie was the fury and the grief in exact proportion to how they had existed on the night she died. The fury had purposes. It motivated, it organized, it gave her the energy to function across decades of an existence she had never chosen and could not exit. The grief was less manageable. The grief was for the children she would never carry, for the ordinary forward motion of a human life that would have produced grandchildren and grey hair, and the slow accumulation of a life lived fully to its natural end. She was 21 forever, and the things that 21 was supposed to be the beginning of would never come. And no amount of time or experience or chosen family could change this, because the venom that had made her immortal had also made the loss permanent. Her resentment of Bella Swan was, when heard from the inside, not about Bella at all. It was about the fact of human life made visible by someone who had it and appeared not to fully value it. Every time Rosalie looked at Bella, she was looking at everything she had lost and could not recover, embodied in a girl who was apparently moving toward voluntary abandonment of it. This was not an anger she could reason her way out of, because it was not a reasonable anger. It was the anger of someone confronting the unbearable unfairness of her own situation through a lens she had not chosen and could not remove. Emmett's transformation was the most recent wound and the shallowest, in the sense that the crisis it had sealed was not the product of human violence or devastating loss, but simply of dying badly in a place far from help. He had been 20 years old and large and cheerful and entirely unprepared for the bear, and the bear had not been unprepared for him. The dying had been painful and slow and frightening in the way that dying alone in remote wilderness was frightening. And then Rosalie had appeared, and then everything had changed. What the transformation preserved in Emmett was not a wound in the conventional sense, but an orientation. The orientation of someone who had met death as a physical assault and had survived it by becoming physically superior to anything that could repeat the assault. He had woken as a vampire comfortable with what he was in a way that none of the others had woken comfortable, because the things that made vampires dangerous were exactly the things that the experience of dying helplessly had made him want to be. Strong, fast, difficult to hurt, impossible to kill by ordinary means. He had lost very little in the transformation that he mourned, because he had been about to lose everything and had instead been given this, and the relief of this had colored everything that came after. His relationship to the ethical complexity of their existence was therefore fundamentally different from the others, not because he was less intelligent or less capable of moral reasoning, but because the experiential foundation from which moral reasoning operates was different. He had not been hurt by what he was. He had been saved by it. And this produced a person who inhabited Carlyle's framework comfortably and loyally, without having arrived at it through anything like Carlyle's particular journey of necessity. He lived in the house without having tested the foundations, and in ordinary circumstances this was not a problem. It was only when the foundations were tested by circumstances that the difference became visible. Jasper's wound was the most extensively documented by the life that had followed from it, which was itself a second wound layered over the first. The wound of what the decades between his transformation and his arrival at the Cullen family had required him to do and to become. He had been 20 years old in 1863, a Confederate officer with a young man's absolute confidence in the righteousness of the cause he served and the military competence that had already distinguished him among his peers. He had been transformed by a vampire who recognized in him exactly the qualities that made him useful: the leadership capability, the calm under pressure, the ability to manage large groups of volatile individuals toward a defined objective. He had spent decades as a weapon, not metaphorically, as a literal instrument of another's strategy, commanding newborn vampire armies in the southern United States, living in a version of vampire existence that was as far from Carlyle's philosophy as it was possible to be, while still being the same species. He had fed on humans without restriction. He had fought with the constancy of someone for whom violence was the primary mode of engagement with the world. He had been shaped, comprehensively and professionally, into something that Carlyle's family had then asked him to stop being. He had stopped. This was the remarkable thing about Jasper, heard from the inside. The sheer disciplined will it had taken and continued to take to maintain the choice he had made when Alice found him. The stopping was not natural. It was not easy. It was the daily renewal of a decision made against the pull of decades of deeply grooved habit and instinct that had been professionally developed and then professionally reinforced across more years than most of his adopted family had been alive. The thirst was harder for him than for any of the others, not only because his empathic gift made him feel every surrounding vampire's bloodlust alongside his own, but because he had a longer history of feeding freely than anyone else in the family, and that history had physical correlates, responses built into his system through years of practice that did not simply disappear because he had decided to stop acting on them. What was frozen in Jasper at the moment of his transformation was the comprehensive tactical intelligence of a military officer in the middle of a war, overlaid by the specific additional layer of someone who had then spent decades in circumstances where that intelligence was the only available framework for survival. He thought in systems and threat assessments, and the calculated management of force, not because he had chosen this as his preferred mode of engaging with the world, but because it was what his existence had carved into him, first through military training and then through the vampire wars of the South, until it was simply the shape of his mind. This was why his responses to the situation with Bella Swan had the quality they had, not because he was cold by nature, but because the instrument he had available for assessing situations was a military one, and military instruments produced military conclusions. He was not without feeling. Edward heard the feeling in him clearly enough, heard the exhaustion and the genuine weariness of someone who had been at war in one form or another for the entirety of his existence. But the feeling was managed always before it could interfere with the assessment. This was survival for Jasper. This was what surviving had required. Alice's wound was the most unusual because it was constituted entirely by absence. She had no human past to mourn or to be frozen inside. Or rather, she had one, but it had been taken from her in a way that left no retrievable trace, no memory she could access, no self she could remember having been before the transformation that had remade her in a psychiatric institution sometime in the 1920s. She had woken as a vampire with her gift fully operational and her history completely erased, and she had done what people do when confronted with an absolute absence of foundation. She had built forward instead of remembering backward, as she had constructed herself entirely from what her gift showed her and from the relationship she had chosen rather than inherited. The wound that was sealed in Alice was not a traumatic event, but a traumatic condition. The condition of selfhood without origin, of identity built entirely from chosen elements because the given elements had been removed. This produced a particular kind of fragility that was not immediately visible beneath her composure and her enthusiasm and the warmth with which she engaged with the world. She needed the family to remain stable because the family was what she was made of, in the most literal sense available. They were the chosen components of an identity that had nothing unchosen to fall back on. And she needed her gift to function because her gift was the other primary material of her self-construction, the mechanism through which she had learned to know herself as someone who could see what was coming and prepare for it, and therefore be something more than the blank she had woken as. Bella's resistance to her sight was therefore not simply frustrating. It was threatening in the quiet, persistent way that threats to identity are threatening, not acute enough to constitute a crisis in any given moment, but corrosive across time, wearing at the foundation of something she could not afford to have worn at. And Edward, he had spent a century positioning himself as the observer, the one who heard and understood and processed, who knew the interior lives of the people around him with an intimacy they could not reciprocate and could not refuse him. He had told himself, in the way that people tell themselves the stories that make their situation bearable, that this access was a form of knowledge, and that knowledge was a form of power, and that power over the truth of other people's inner lives was compensation enough for the loneliness of never having his own interior life similarly known. What was frozen in Edward was the experience of 17, of being on the threshold of becoming something, of standing at the beginning of a life that had not yet revealed what it would contain, of having everything ahead of him, and then having the everything taken away before he could learn what it was supposed to become. The influenza had not merely killed him, it had interrupted him, and the vampire existence that followed, with its century of hearing everyone's thoughts without being heard in return, had in some ways been the continuation of that interruption, an existence that had never quite arrived at the thing it was interrupting him from, that had remained perpetually on the threshold of a life that kept not beginning. Bella's silence was reaching towards something in him that the interruption had sealed away. Not because she was trying to reach it, she did not know it was there, but because the silence itself, the complete and unprecedented withholding of her interior life from his involuntary access, was returning to him the experience of not knowing, of approaching another person without the advance information his gift usually provided, of being required to be present, attentive, and genuinely uncertain about what another person was thinking and feeling, which was, he was slowly discovering, and what it felt like to be in relationship with someone rather than merely in proximity to them. The frozen 17-year-old inside him, who had not been in genuine relationship with anyone since 1918, was beginning, tentatively and with considerable alarm, to thaw. This was the psychology of the Cullen family, not the portrait of chosen virtue their external presentation constructed, and not the portrait of cold utility that the harshest version of the theory implied. Something older and stranger and more ordinary than either. A collection of people frozen at the moments that had most completely broken them, carrying those moments forward through centuries of existence that had built over the wounds without healing them, each doing the best available with the shapes those wounds had left behind, capable of genuine love, capable of genuine calculation, capable, in the right circumstances, of things that were neither one nor the other, but some third thing that only emerged from the combination of both. They were a family in the way that damaged things, when they fit together in exactly the right configuration, become something that holds, not perfectly, not without cost, not without the daily effort of choosing to remain in the shape that the fitting together required, but holding, and into the careful, costly, imperfect holding of that shape, Bella Swan was slowly being drawn, not because anyone had decided to draw her in, but because the shape itself had a space in it that had always been empty, and she fitted without trying. And the fitting was changing things that none of them had expected to be changed. The decision to engage with Bella Swan directly was not, as Edward would later examine it, a single decision at all. It was a series of smaller decisions, each one incremental enough to seem manageable in the moment of its making, each one moving him fractionally further from the position of careful distance he had established, and fractionally closer to something he did not have an adequate name for yet. He had told himself, in the early weeks, that the engagement was investigative, that he was gathering data about the anomaly her silence represented, that proximity was a research methodology rather than a preference, that the interest he took in her movements and her expressions and the small observable details of her daily life was the interest of a scientist rather than something less defensible. He had been lying to himself with the particular fluency of someone who has had a very long time to practice self-deception, and some part of him had known it, and that part had stayed quiet because the alternative to the lie was an honesty he was not yet prepared to manage. What he told himself was investigation. What it actually was, heard clearly from the inside, was the beginning of attachment, slow and involuntary and alarming in its velocity, moving faster than anything he had allowed himself to move toward in decades, driven by the double pull of her blood and her silence and the specific quality of aliveness she produced in him simply by existing in his vicinity. He began to speak to her during biology. The first time he did it deliberately, turned to face her, offered his name, asked her something ordinary about lab work. He heard his own voice come out with the careful modulation he applied to social interactions that required a performance of normalcy, and he noted, with some surprise, that the performance felt different in this context than it did in every other context. With everyone else, the performance was the entirety of the interaction. He spoke the social words, and simultaneously heard the thoughts beneath them, and the two layers existed in parallel, the surface and the truth, and Edward inhabited both simultaneously and was fully present in neither. With Bella, there was only the surface. Her thoughts were not available to contextualize or complicate or undercut what she said. She was only what she presented, which meant he had to attend to the presentation with a quality of attention he had not brought to human interaction in longer than he could easily calculate. He listened to her, not to her thoughts, which remained sealed, but to her voice, her word choices, the way she constructed sentences, the specific things she chose to say and the specific things she chose not to say, the texture of her silences within conversation that were different from the metaphysical silence of her mind, but that required the same kind of active interpretation. He found himself doing this without deciding to do it, the way one finds oneself leaning toward a sound that is genuinely interesting rather than merely present. She was intelligent. He had suspected this from observation, and conversation confirmed it in the specific way that only conversation could confirm it. Not the performance of intelligence that he heard frequently in the thoughts of people who were primarily concerned with appearing intelligent, but the real variety, which showed in the questions she asked and the connections she made and the particular economy with which she used language, as though she had considered what she wanted to say and had removed everything that was not necessary to it. She was also, he discovered across the slow accumulation of their biology class conversations, considerably funnier than she allowed most people to see. There was a dry and self-aware humor in her that surfaced occasionally, directed most often at herself and her own acknowledged failings, and that was wholly different from the earnest seriousness she maintained as her default register. He heard it and found it affecting in a way he had not expected, because humor required a particular relationship to one's own situation, a willingness to hold it with enough lightness that it could become material rather than simply burden. And the humor he heard from Bella suggested a person who had been managing difficulty for long enough to have developed a functional relationship with it. The nighttime visits continued. Edward had begun them telling himself they were protective, that he needed to know she was safe, that his presence outside her window was a form of vigilance rather than what it more honestly was. He had maintained this explanation with decreasing conviction across the weeks, because the thing that kept him returning to that tree outside her window was not the requirement of her safety, which was adequately served by the monitoring he already conducted through the thoughts of people around her during daylight hours. What kept him returning was the specific quality of peace that her proximity produced, even in sleep, even across the distance of glass and the gap between the tree and her room. He watched her sleep and heard nothing. The silence that had unsettled and fascinated him in biology was present here too, perhaps more purely. In sleep, humans often broadcast their dreams in fragments through their thoughts, partial images and the emotional residue that Edward had grown accustomed to receiving from sleeping people in his vicinity. Bella produced none of this. Whatever she dreamed was entirely her own, sealed inside the same impenetrable quiet that characterized her waking mind, and Edward sat in the tree outside her window and experienced the nearest thing to genuine quiet that his existence had offered him in a century, and he did not leave because leaving would have meant returning to the noise. He was building a portrait of her from the outside in, from observation rather than from the direct access he had always previously relied on. And the portrait was different in quality from any understanding he had previously constructed of any person. It had gaps, necessary, irresolvable gaps, that her silence maintained regardless of how closely he attended to everything else about her. He did not know what she thought about him, did not know whether she was drawn toward him, or merely tolerating his presence with a politeness that seemed to characterize her approach to most situations. Did not know whether the slight color that rose in her face occasionally when he spoke to her directly was a response to him specifically, or simply the ordinary vascular response of a human in proximity to a predator, that her body registered even when her mind did not. He did not know, and the not knowing was maddening. And it was also, this was the part he examined with the most discomfort, the thing he found most compelling about her. He had spent a century knowing. He had known what everyone around him thought and wanted and feared and concealed, had known it automatically and continuously, and without anyone's consent or invitation. And the knowing had produced in him a particular kind of exhaustion. The exhaustion of someone who has had no mystery available to them for a very long time, and has slowly forgotten that mystery was something they had ever wanted. Bella reminded him that he had wanted it. She reminded him by being it, relentlessly and without effort. And the reminder was uncomfortable in the way that reminders of forgotten desires are uncomfortable. They reawakened something that had quieted itself to survive its own deprivation. Alice's visions were clarifying. This was happening gradually, in parallel with Bella's own gradually clarifying position relative to the Cullen family. And Edward noticed it because Alice noticed it, because she mentioned it during a quiet moment at home, as her expression carrying the specific mixture of relief and residual frustration that the partial resolution of a persistent problem produced in her. "She's becoming more visible," Alice said. "Not completely. She's still blurry at the edges, but when I look for her now, I can hold the image for longer. I can see more of what surrounds her before it shifts." Edward understood what this meant. Alice's visions of a person depended on that person's decisions, creating defined pathways forward. The clearer and more committed the decision, the more clearly Alice could see the future it generated. A person in a state of genuine uncertainty, whose decisions could go in multiple directions with roughly equal probability, appeared blurred because the future itself was genuinely branching. And Bella had been maximally blurred because her position relative to the Cullen world had been genuinely undecided, genuinely open in multiple directions simultaneously. The fact that she was becoming clearer meant she was making choices. Not grand or declared choices, not sitting down and formally deciding her relationship to the supernatural world that had inserted itself into her life, but the smaller, daily accumulating choices that constituted orientation. The choice to come to biology prepared rather than dreading it. The choice to respond to Edward's conversation with something other than the minimum required by politeness. The choice, each day, to sit down beside him rather than requesting a different seat from Mr. Banner, which she could have done at any point and had not. She was choosing toward them, gradually and without full consciousness of what she was choosing toward. She was moving in a direction, and the movement was making her visible to Alice's sight in a way that her earlier undecidedness had not permitted. The family registered this development with varying degrees of concern and investment, and Edward heard their responses and found them illuminating. Rosalie's response to Bella's increasing clarity in Alice's visions was something Edward had not anticipated. He had expected continued resentment, the hardening of a position already firmly established. What he heard instead was something more complicated, a response that had not softened toward warmth, but had shifted in his character. Rosalie's resentment had always been the resentment of someone confronting the abstract unfairness of her own situation through Bella as a lens. But as Bella became more specific, as the weeks of her presence in the family's orbit accumulated detail and particularity and observable personality, the abstraction was becoming harder to maintain. It was easier to resent a symbol than a person, and Bella, incrementally, was becoming a person rather than a symbol. She had not done anything to achieve this in Rosalie's regard. She had not sought Rosalie's approval or attempted to win her over with a kind of earnest effort that would have produced the opposite of the intended effect. She had simply continued to exist in the family's vicinity with a specific and consistent character that had begun to accumulate into something Rosalie's resentment could not as easily process, as interchangeable with the concept she represented. Rosalie's position had not changed, but the thing she was holding her position against had changed, and the change was making the position cost more to maintain. Jasper's adjustment was the most practically significant, because it was Jasper's adjustment that affected the daily physical reality of Bella's experience of the Cullen family. He had maintained his distance from her with the same methodical consistency he brought to everything, managing his thirst and the amplified thirst her presence produced in the household with the patient discipline of a soldier, maintaining a defensive perimeter. But the distance had been recalibrating slightly across the weeks. He was coming a fraction closer, staying in the room for slightly longer, using his gift to send waves of calm in her direction during moments when her anxiety was perceptible, which was itself a form of care. Not warm care, not the instinctive variety, but the deliberate variety that a person chose because it cost them something, and they chose to spend that cost anyway. Edward heard the calculation behind it and did not discount the calculation. Jasper had determined through his ongoing tactical assessment that Bella's continued comfort within the Cullen family's orbit served the family's stability better than her continued anxiety would serve it. But Edward also heard what existed alongside the calculation, the slight and grudging respect that her consistency had produced in him, the recognition that she met the situation she was in with a steadiness that his military experience classified as a form of courage, however misapplied it might be from a strategic standpoint. Emmett's thoughts had acquired a new quality as the weeks continued, a kind of increasing personal amusement that was becoming something more than amusement, though it resisted the word warmth. He had begun to find Bella genuinely interesting in the way that straightforward people find things interesting, directly, without elaboration, because the thing itself was engaging rather than because of what it represented or what thinking about it produced. She was small and breakable, and she was not afraid of Edward, and she came back every day without apparent diminishment of her willingness to be there. And Emmett found this funny in a way that was also, increasingly, something like admiration. he would not have used the word admiration. But the thing he felt when he thought about her was recognizably adjacent to it. Esme's shift was the one Edward watched most carefully, because Esme's interior life was the one he had always used as the barometer of the family's collective emotional direction. And what Esme was experiencing in these weeks was a genuine reconfiguration rather than a mere adjustment. She'd begun, sometime in the third week of Bella's sustained presence in the family's orbit, to think about Bella in the first person. To think about her as a person who existed independently of Edward's experience of her, as someone whose own situation was worth considering on its own terms. This was new. The previous consideration had been entirely mediated through Edward. Bella was significant because she was significant to Edward, and Esme's regard for her was borrowed from her love for her son, in the way that parents' regard for their children's loves is often initially borrowed. But something had shifted. Edward had heard it happen gradually, could trace it in the accumulation of Esme's private thoughts across the weeks. The moment when Bella had become a person Esme thought about independently, whose well-being Esme considered for reasons that had detached from the mechanism of Edward's attachment and become their own thing. It had not happened because of any single event. It had happened because of time and because of consistency. Because Bella had continued to be the same specific person across enough days that Esme had built a sufficient picture of her to care about her directly rather than derivatively. This was how Esme loved. Not in sudden floods, but in the slow, patient accumulation of specific knowledge about a specific person, until the knowledge became attachment, and the attachment became something she could not have removed from herself without surgery. The meadow conversation was where the equation changed most dramatically, at Edward's decision to reveal himself, to bring Bella to that clearing in the forest and speak the truth of what he was out loud, rather than continuing to manage the exposure through deflection and careful misdirection, was received by the family with responses that ranged from relief to alarm, to the quiet, controlled alarm that Carlyle wore when he was managing fear with the tools of reason and principle. Alice had seen it coming and had not tried to stop it, which was itself a form of endorsement. Alice's visions showed her the consequences of events before they arrived, and if she was allowing this one to proceed, it was because what she saw on the other side of it was something she preferred to the alternatives. What she saw, she told Edward quietly when he informed the family of his intention, was not disaster, and it was something she still could not fully see, because Bella remained partially obscured in her sight. But the emotional texture of the futures she glimpsed in the aftermath of the revelation was different from the futures she glimpsed in the aftermath of continued concealment, and different in a direction that felt, to Alice's particular sensitivity, to the emotional register of future events, like something she was willing to allow. Rosalie's objection to the revelation was the most direct and the most principled. Not on grounds of cruelty. She was not arguing that Bella should be kept ignorant for Bella's sake. She was arguing that revealing themselves to a human was a fundamental violation of the practice that kept them safe, was the beginning of an exception that, once made, established a precedent that the family could not unilaterally control the consequences of. One human who knew was one human who could tell someone, who could be overheard, who could put information into circulation that the Volturi would eventually detect and respond to. Rosalie understood the Volturi's methods with a specific understanding of someone who had lived long enough in the vampire world to know that their enforcement of secrecy was not theoretical. Carlyle's response was the most internally complex, and Edward heard all of it, the fear and the acceptance, and the particular love that made acceptance possible even when fear was significant. He was afraid. He was afraid of the Volturi's attention, afraid of the exposure that Bella's knowledge represented, afraid of the direction this was moving and the speed at which it was moving there. But he was also watching his son, and what he saw in Edward in this period, the quality of presence, the engagement, the fractional but unmistakable movement towards something that was not the hollow performance of existing, was something Carlyle had been hoping to see for decades and had gradually stopped expecting. He did not stop Edward. He counselled caution and received Edward's acknowledgement of the counsel and let him proceed, because Carlyle understood more clearly than the others that the alternative to allowing this was losing Edward to the hollow again, and the hollow had been getting deeper for a very long time, and he was not certain how deep it could go before it became something that could not be returned from. The meadow happened. Bella learned the truth. She stayed, and the family, processing the news of what she had been told and what she had responded and what her staying meant, found themselves in a position none of them had anticipated when the situation began. Bella Swan was not any longer a liability whose status was uncertain. She was a liability who knew what they were and had chosen, with full possession of the relevant information, to remain in proximity to them, which changed what she was in the family's accounting of things, not by eliminating the risk she represented, but by altering its character. She was no longer an accidental threat, someone who might stumble into dangerous knowledge through perceptiveness and proximity. She was a deliberate participant, as someone who had been given the choice to step back from the edge of the vampire world and had stepped forward instead. This made her, paradoxically, both more dangerous and more knowable, more embedded in the situation, and more comprehensible within it. The protection she had been extended since January, first out of the structural necessity of Edward's stability, and then out of the slow accumulation of the family's developing regard, became something different after the meadow. It became chosen. Not uniformly. Not every family member had arrived at the same place through the same process. But the family had looked at what she had been told and what she had done with the telling, and had collectively, if unevenly, decided something. She was theirs to protect, not because losing her would break Edward, and though that remained true and remained relevant, but because she had walked into the most dangerous possible knowledge about them and had responded with a quality of clear-eyed acceptance that the family, each in their own way and for their own reasons, found it impossible to simply discount. She had seen the monster and called it beautiful, and none of them, frozen in the shapes of their worst moments, had encountered anything quite like that before. There are moments that function as mirrors, moments in which the truth of a thing is reflected back with a clarity that ordinary circumstances obscure. The Cullen family's baseball game was one of these moments, and what it reflected was not what it appeared to reflect on the surface. On the surface, it was joy, a pure and uncomplicated and rare enough that the rarity itself was part of what made it significant. Edward heard it in all of them as they prepared for the evening. In Emmett's barely contained excitement, in Alice's bright anticipatory visions of the plays she had already seen unfold in her sight a dozen times before they happened, in Jasper's particular quality of relaxation that only appeared in contexts where the tactical requirements of his existence were briefly suspended. Even Rosalie, whose enthusiasm for most things was performed rather than felt, carried something genuine in her thoughts on game nights. Something that remembered, perhaps below the level of full consciousness, what it had felt like to be young and physical and capable of exertion without restraint. The game was the one context in which the Cullens were fully and unguardedly themselves. Everywhere else, in the school, in the town, in every interaction with the human world they moved through, they were performing, calibrating their speed and strength and reactions to the parameters of what humans could do, muting the full expression of what they were, maintaining the careful fiction of normalcy that their safety depended on. The game suspended this requirement entirely. In the isolated wilderness of the clearing, with the thunder providing cover for the sounds their play produced, they could move at full speed and hit with full strength and collide with the force of beings who could not be hurt by the impact. And none of it needed to be explained or concealed or modulated downward to fit a human context. Edward felt this freedom each time. I felt it as something close to the physical relief of setting down a weight that he carried so continuously he had stopped registering its pressure. But this evening it was different, and the difference was Bella, standing at the tree line in the rain, with her brown eyes tracking their movements across the clearing, witnessing what they were without the mediation of the performance they maintained everywhere else. He wanted her to see this. He had not fully acknowledged this want to himself until the game was already in motion, and he was running at full speed across the wet grass, and he registered that part of his attention was always, continuously, on her position at the edge of the clearing, on her expression as she watched, on the specific quality of her observation, which was intent and fully present in the way that her observation of most things was intent and fully present, the not knowing of her thoughts making even the simple fact of her watching feel like a mystery worth attending to. He was showing her something. He had brought her here partly for that reason, not only to give her the experience of the game, not only to include her in a piece of the family's private life, but to be seen by her in this particular way, fully, without the careful reduction of what he was that every other context required. And the want of that seeing was more intimate than he had expected, more exposing, as though being seen fully was his own form of vulnerability that he had not anticipated. The game proceeded with the organized chaos that always characterized it. Esme pitched with elegant precision, the ball leaving her hand at speeds that would have been invisible to human observation and traveling distances that no human arm could have produced. Emmett batted with a particular gleeful excess of someone for whom restraint was a professional discipline rather than a natural inclination, sending the ball into the cloud cover with a crack of impact that the thunder obligingly echoed. Jasper moved through the outfield with the fluid efficiency of his military training, applied to a recreational context, reading trajectories and positioning himself with the patience of someone who understood that timing mattered more than speed. though he had both in abundance. Alice called plays before they developed, her visions giving her a fractional advantage that the others attempted to compensate for through the particular creativity of making decisions at the last possible moment, keeping their choices fluid enough that she could not always lock onto them before they executed. It was a game within the game, this negotiation between Alice's foresight and everyone else's improvisation, and it gave the baseball a quality of genuine competition that it would have otherwise lacked among 7 beings for whom the physical components of sport were not particularly challenging. Edward played with a freedom he could feel had changed in quality from previous games, though he could not immediately account for the change. He ran and caught and threw and moved across the clearing with the full expression of what he was, and some part of him was doing it differently, with a consciousness of being witnessed that was not self-consciousness, but something closer to its opposite, a willingness to be fully present in his own capabilities rather than managing them into something smaller. He caught a glimpse of Bella's face across the clearing during a particular play, a catch that had required him to cover an improbable distance at full speed, arriving beneath the ball with a precision that had nothing to do with ordinary physics. And what he saw on her face was not fear and not polite performance of appreciation. It was wonder, genuine, uncomplicated wonder, the expression of someone who has seen something they had no adequate framework for and has responded with the most honest available reaction, which was simply to be astonished by it. Hadn't he filed this away in the part of him that was continuously, compulsively building the portrait of her that her silence required him to construct from the outside, filed it as something that mattered, though he could not yet fully articulate why the specific quality of her astonishment mattered more to him than the admiration of people whose thoughts he could read directly. Then Alice stopped. The cessation of her movement was the first signal, and Edward registered it before he understood it. The particular quality of Alice's stillness when a vision was consuming her attention, the way her mind became briefly inaccessible to him as the images of the future took precedence over her conscious processing of the present. He had been in the middle of a play, tracking a ball that Emmett had sent toward the tree line, and he landed with the ball already looking at Alice, already reaching toward her mind to read whatever she was seeing. The vision came to him in fragments, the way Alice's visions always transmitted across the connection his gift made with her consciousness. 3 figures, movement through the forest, not the random movement of wildlife, but the directed, purposeful movement of beings who knew where they were going. Other vampires, drawn to the clearing by sound, by the crack of the bat and the thunder of their collision, and the general acoustic evidence that something significant was happening in this isolated space. Nomads, travelers without a coven, following curiosity toward a gathering of their kind. The family reorganized before anyone spoke. This was one of the things that distinguished the Cullens from a group of individuals who happened to coexist. In moments of genuine threat, the transition from their ordinary dispersed positioning to a unified defensive configuration happened with a speed and coherence that required no discussion because it had been practiced implicitly across decades of shared experience. Everyone moved. Everyone understood what the movement meant. And within seconds of Alice's stillness, the family had reconfigured itself around the central priority that the situation had just produced. Bella, Edward was at her side before Emmett had reached his defensive position, before Jasper had completed his tactical assessment of the tree lines, before Carlyle had spoken the first word of instruction, that he had covered the distance from the center of the clearing to the tree line, where she stood with a speed that he did not modulate and did not apologize for, arriving beside her and positioning himself between her and the direction from which the approaching thoughts were becoming audible to him, because they were becoming audible now. 3 distinct consciousnesses moving closer, their thoughts arriving in the particular way that thoughts arrived when the distance between Edward and their source was collapsing. He read them as they came into range, assembling the picture of what was approaching with the urgency of someone for whom the information was immediately operationally relevant. The first mind was sophisticated and diplomatic. A vampire named Laurent, whose thoughts carried the texture of someone who'd been navigating the social complexities of vampire existence for long enough to have developed a genuine preference for non-conflict. He was curious about the gathering, interested in the encounter with an established coven, and his interest was the benign variety of someone who had grown weary of the isolation that nomadic existence produced, and who responded to the evidence of community with something close to wistfulness. The second mind was more calculated and more cautious. A woman named Victoria, whose thoughts were quick and assessing, constantly scanning for threat and escape routes simultaneously, and maintaining the kind of continuous situational awareness that suggested someone for whom danger was a familiar environment rather than an exceptional condition. She was not aggressive. She was watchful, which was his own kind of dangerous. The third mind was different from both of them in a way that Edward identified within moments of the thoughts becoming audible, and that sent cold certainty through him, like something physical. The third mind was a hunter's mind, not the generalized predatory consciousness that all vampires carried as a baseline. This was something more specific, more focused, more professionally developed. James, Edward understood from the texture of his thoughts, did not simply hunt because he was a vampire, and hunting was what vampires did. He hunted the way some people played chess, with strategy and pleasure, and the specific satisfaction of a mind that had found the activity for which it was most perfectly suited. The thirst was present in his thoughts, but it was almost secondary, running beneath the primary current of something more purely intellectual, the calculation of challenge, the assessment of difficulty, the particular pleasure of a tracker who was always, in every situation, already thinking several moves ahead. The 3 nomads emerged from the tree line on the far side of the clearing. Edward's family had arranged itself with the instinctive efficiency of long practice. Carlyle forward and central, the natural diplomat, his centuries of experience with vampire politics evident in the composed authority of his positioning, and Emmett and Jasper flanked in the way that 2 men trained for different versions of violence both know to flank, taking positions that gave them angles and options. Esme and Alice and Rosalie completed the formation in their own configurations, and the entire arrangement communicated to anyone who read the language of physical positioning that this family was unified and prepared, and not to be approached carelessly. Edward stood at the tree line with Bella, and he understood from the shape of his family's formation that this was where they intended him to stay, not because he was the least capable of the group, but because he was the one whose presence at Bella's side was the non-negotiable fixed point around which the rest of the configuration had organized itself. Laurent spoke first, and with the diplomatic fluency of his thoughts rendered into speech, introducing himself and his companions, expressing the curiosity that had drawn them toward the sound of the game, offering the particular social gestures that vampires used when encounters between strangers needed to be established as non-threatening. Carlyle received this with equivalent grace, giving their family's name and offering the counter gestures of a coven willing to engage peacefully with travelers passing through. Edward was barely attending to the diplomatic exchange. His full attention was on James. James's thoughts, now that he was close enough for Edward to read with precision, were exactly what he had feared from the first moment of their audibility. The tracker had been scanning the clearing with the automatic professional assessment that his particular gift or disposition made habitual, cataloguing the vampires present, estimating their relative age and capability, noting the size of the coven and the quality of their coordination. All of this was the ordinary assessment that any cautious vampire made upon encountering strangers. And then the wind shifted. Edward felt the change in air pressure before he understood its consequence, and he understood the consequence before he could do anything about it. Bella's scent, which he had been managing throughout the evening with the continuous low-level effort that her proximity always required, moved across the clearing on the changed wind and reached the three nomads with the indiscriminate generosity of air that does not consider the implications of what it carries. The effect on James was not subtle and did not require Edward's telepathy to confirm. His entire body changed quality in the moment of impact. The shift from relaxed to focused was visible from across the clearing as a physical event, a reorganization of posture and attention that any of the Cullens would have recognized immediately, because they had each experienced its equivalent in their own bodies. It was the shift into hunting mode. It was the shift that preceded the cessation of social considerations and the beginning of something much more fundamental. His thoughts in this moment were not yet violent. They had not arrived at violence, and which would come later and would be its own problem. What they had arrived at was interest, specific, intense, rapidly calcifying interest of the kind that Edward recognized from the texture of James's consciousness as something that, once established, did not casually release its hold. James was not hungry in this moment in any simple sense. He was interested, and the object of his interest was the human girl standing at the tree line. But there was a second layer that Edward heard alongside the interest, and this second layer was what transformed the situation from dangerous into something Edward did not have an adequate word for. James had noticed the family's formation, had noticed where Edward was standing, and how he was standing there, and what the positioning communicated about the relationship between Edward and the human girl at his side. And this observation had added something to the interest, had added the quality of a puzzle presenting itself, of a challenge declaring its dimensions, a human, protected by 7 vampires, one of whom was standing at her side with a quality of protective readiness that James, who read physical communication in the way a musician read notation, understood immediately and completely. This was not a casual guard. This was not a courtesy extended to a passing human acquaintance. This was something else, something that spoke of investment an attachment and the specific vulnerability that attachment produced. James had found his next hunt. Edward heard this crystallize in his thoughts with the cold, unhurried certainty of someone who has made a decision they feel no ambivalence about. Not in the next few minutes. The circumstances were wrong for that. The numbers were wrong. The element of surprise had not been achieved and would not be achieved in this context. But the decision was made. The interest had been established. And James, whose thoughts revealed a patience that was inversely proportional to his eventual single-mindedness, was already thinking in terms of later rather than now. Edward's snarl was out before he had consciously decided to produce it. He heard it leave him and registered it as something outside the register of social performance. Not a sound he had constructed or chosen, but a sound that had come from somewhere prior to construction, and from the part of him that was a predator encountering another predator, making claim to something he considered his. It was instinct. It was territorial. It was not, in the context of the careful ethical framework he had spent decades maintaining. A response he would have endorsed if the endorsement had been available before the sound was already in the air. It told James everything he had wanted to know, and Edward heard it land in James's thoughts as confirmation rather than deterrent. Laurent managed the moment with a diplomatic skill his thoughts had suggested he possessed, inserting himself into the charged space with the practiced ease of someone who had navigated this kind of encounter before and understood that de-escalation required both speed and a specific quality of casual authority. He spoke, he redirected, he used his physical positioning to create a transitional moment in which James could step back from the edge of immediate action without it reading as retreat, which was the specific thing that James's particular kind of pride would not have tolerated. Victoria's hand touched James's arm. Brief, light, the gesture of someone who was not restraining him but communicating. Passing information through contact that she preferred not to articulate aloud. Her thoughts carried the tactical calculation that Edward had heard from her since she arrived. The numbers were wrong. The coven's formation was too coherent and too prepared. Whatever James wanted, he was not going to achieve it here tonight, in this clearing, against these odds. Later was smarter. Later allowed for preparation and strategy, and the kind of controlled conditions in which James's particular capabilities could operate most effectively. James stepped back. The stepping back was deliberate and unhurried and communicated, with the eloquence of someone who understood physical communication, that this was a choice rather than a concession. He was not withdrawing, he was postponing. And his eyes, which had not left Bella since the wind shifted, carried in their particular focus the specific quality of intention that Edward had heard in his thoughts, the quality of someone who has found what they are looking for and is simply deciding when to return for it. The nomads left the clearing. Edward tracked their thoughts as they retreated, reading the decreasing signal of their consciousness as the distance increased, listening for the moment when James's thoughts would shift from the immediate tactical decision to the longer-term strategic one. The shift came quickly. James did not travel far before his mind turned to planning. The family gathered around Bella with a speed and closeness that was different from their earlier defensive formation. Less martial, more instinctive. The closing in of people who understand that something has changed and are responding to the change with the protective impulse that precedes rational planning. Carlyle spoke first, his voice carrying the measured authority of someone managing his own fear through the discipline of focus and forward motion. They needed to move. They needed to make decisions. They needed to do both immediately, not because James's thoughts, which Edward was sharing in fragments with the family as they became relevant, were already moving in directions that did not allow for leisurely deliberation. Alice's visions were fragmenting in the way they always fragmented when James was involved, his fluid decision-making creating the branching uncertainty that blurred her sight. But she was catching pieces, enough to confirm the direction of the threat, enough to understand that what had just begun in the clearing was not going to resolve itself through the simple departure of 3 nomads into the forest. Emmett's thoughts had lost every trace of the game night lightness they had carried an hour ago. What replaced it was something older and more fundamental. The orientation of someone for whom threat to the family activated a response that was neither calculated nor diplomatic. Emmett was not afraid of James. He was, in the specific way of someone who has never been particularly afraid of physical confrontation, almost welcoming of the clarity that a direct threat produced. But the clarity was focused and purposeful rather than reckless. And Edward heard in it the genuine protectiveness of a man who understood what was at stake and was fully prepared for what addressing it would require. Jasper was already past the emotional response and into the operational planning, his thoughts moving through the logistics of the situation with the rapid precision of a military mind, assessing a new tactical environment. He was thinking about James specifically, about what a tracker meant, about the particular challenges of a threat that did not respond to the same deterrence that motivated most vampires, about the ways in which a committed tracker changed the parameters of every protective calculation. He was thinking about Bella, not with warmth. Warmth was not the register in which Jasper's operational mind processed people in moments of crisis, but with the specific regard that a protected asset received in the thinking of someone responsible for its protection. A regard that was not personal and was not cold, but was, in its own way, absolute. Rosalie's thoughts in this moment were the ones Edward found most surprising. She was not focused on James, whose existence registered to her primarily as a problem to be solved. Yet she was not focused on the logistics that Jasper was already working through. She was focused on Bella, and the quality of the focus was different from anything Rosalie had previously directed toward her. Not warmth, still. Rosalie did not arrive at warmth quickly or easily, and the weeks of accumulation were not yet sufficient to have produced it. But something that was recognizably related to it. Something that had noticed, in the moment when James's eyes had found Bella across the clearing, and had remained there with the specific focus of a predator identifying prey, that the thing being focused on was a person rather than a problem, and that the person was someone who had been in this clearing because Edward had brought her here, which meant that what was now hunting her was, in a way that Rosalie did not yet know how to fully articulate, the family's responsibility. They had let her in, not all of them, not willingly, not with the uncomplicated welcome that the word implied, but they had let her in, and this was the consequence of the letting in, and the consequence was theirs to manage. Edward heard this in Rosalie's thoughts and said nothing about it, but he heard it, and the hearing of it changed something in his understanding of where his sister actually was, beneath the resentment and the grief and the position she had maintained with such consistency across the weeks of this situation. She was not as far from the family's collective emotional movement as she had presented herself to be. She was simply arriving at the same place from a longer distance, and in her own way, and at a pace that her particular wounds required. Bella was pale beside him, her heartbeat elevated in the way that fear elevated it, rather than the way that his proximity elevated it. A distinction he had learned to make across the weeks of attending to her without the shortcut of her thoughts. She was afraid. She was also, and this was the thing he found himself holding onto in the chaos of the moment, completely still. She had not run, had not panicked, had not done any of the things that fear of this magnitude would have produced in most humans in this situation. She was standing at the tree line in the rain, watching the family begin the process of addressing what had just happened. And she was afraid, and she was still, and she was trusting them to know what to do. The trust was the thing. It was misplaced. Not because the family was untrustworthy in this moment, but because she did not know the half of what her trust had already been required to survive. Did not know about the 2 deliberations in which her life had been the question under discussion, did not know how recently and how conditionally the protection she was trusting in had been established. She was trusting people who had considered killing her, who had protected her for reasons that included but were not limited to her value as a person, who were still in various stages of arriving at the genuine version of the care they were now mobilizing on her behalf. And she trusted them anyway, with the clear-eyed quality that characterized everything she did, not naively, not without awareness of risk, but with the specific form of trust that came from having examined the available information and decided that the weight of the evidence supported it. James was in the forest, planning. The family was in the clearing, mobilizing. And Bella was standing at the tree line, trusting. The equation had changed. It had changed in the moment the wind shifted and James's eyes had found her, and it would continue to change through everything that followed. But the direction of the change was not what it might have been. It was not the direction of the family abandoning the calculation that had governed their protection of her and replacing it with something warmer and less conditional. It was more complicated than that. It was the direction of a family discovering, in the pressure of a genuine external threat, what they were actually willing to do for someone they had not fully decided to love yet. And what they were willing to do, it was becoming clear, was considerable. What held the family together was being tested, and the test was revealing not what the theory had predicted, not a cold and purely utilitarian coalition, but something that was more than that, and also, honestly, not entirely separate from it. A group of damaged and frozen and genuinely caring beings, discovering in the emergency of the moment that the conditional had been quietly, without their full awareness, becoming less conditional all along. The plan the family assembled in the hours following the baseball game had the quality of all plans made under pressure, functional in its broad architecture, vulnerable in its specific assumptions, and dependent for its success on variables that none of them could fully control. The broad architecture was sound enough. Alice and Jasper would take Bella south toward Phoenix, using routes that minimized the continuous scent trail that a tracker could follow, Edward, Emmett, and Carlyle would lead James north, creating a false trail convincing enough to buy the others time. Not a trail that concealed Bella's departure, but one that misdirected James's pursuit toward the wrong destination. Rosalie and Esme would remain in Forks, maintaining the appearance of a household continuing its ordinary routines, providing the social cover that a sudden mass departure would otherwise eliminate. It was the best available plan. Edward knew this, and also knew, and from the texture of James's thoughts, as the tracker moved through the forest east of Forks, that best available was not the same as adequate. James thought differently from the vampires Edward had encountered before. His mind had a quality that Edward recognized in the first hours of tracking it through the night forest as genuinely exceptional in its domain. Not more intelligent than Carlyle in the broad sense, not more disciplined than Jasper, but more purely developed in the specific direction of his gift than anyone Edward had read. A tracker's consciousness was organized around the problem of pursuit in a way that had been refined through decades or centuries of practice until it operated with an elegance that was almost beautiful when observed from the outside, and which was the particular horror of reading it from inside Edward's gift. James was not thinking about Bella in the way that hungry vampires thought about prey. He was thinking about her the way a chess player thought about a position, with patience and pleasure and the specific satisfaction of a mind that had found the problem it was most perfectly designed to solve. The false trail north held for the first day. Edward ran with Carlyle and Emmett through the wet forests of Washington and into British Columbia, and he tracked James's thoughts simultaneously, reading the tracker's progress through the landscape while running through it himself. James was following. His attention was on the trail rather than on any suspicion that the trail might be constructed. And for the first hours of the night and into the grey morning that followed, Edward allowed himself a fraction of relief that the deception was holding. Meanwhile, in the other direction, Bella was in a car with Alice and Jasper, moving south through Oregon and into California, and the part of Edward's attention that was not occupied with James or with the running was occupied with the thoughts of Alice, who was providing periodic updates through calls that were necessarily brief, because every call was a potential signal, and signals were things James was professionally attuned to detecting. Alice's updates were the reports of someone managing multiple simultaneous problems with the fractured concentration that genuine crisis produced. Bella was with them, was physically safe, was holding herself together with a composure that Alice reported with what Edward heard, and even through the compressed medium of a brief phone call, as something approaching admiration. Jasper's thirst was being managed through the same continuous discipline that characterized his management of it under ordinary circumstances, elevated somewhat by the stress of the situation, but contained within the parameters of his control. The car was moving. The miles were accumulating. The distance between Bella and James was increasing. And Alice's visions of James were fragmenting in the way that visions of a fluid decision-maker always fragmented, coming in pieces that did not assemble cleanly into a coherent picture, showing Alice enough to maintain her awareness of the general direction of the threat without giving her the specific advance information that would have made the situation genuinely manageable. The false trail broke on the second day. Ed Edward heard it happen in James's thoughts before any external evidence confirmed it. Felt the quality of the tracker's consciousness shift from the focused flow of someone following a clear trail to the more alert, more searching quality of someone who has noticed something wrong. James stopped moving north. His thoughts became very quiet and very precise in the way that highly capable minds became quiet and precise when they were reassessing a situation that had turned out to be different from their initial reading of it. Edward called Alice immediately. "He stopped," he said. "He knows." There was a pause on Alice's end, the specific pause of someone whose visions were moving. "He's turning," she said. "I can see it. He's going back south, but I can't see exactly where. He's keeping his decisions fluid, changing them at the last moment. He knows about my gift." This was the vulnerability in the plan's specific assumptions. James was not simply a tracker. He was a tracker who understood that he was being tracked in return, who understood that at least one member of the Cullen family had precognitive capabilities, and who had adjusted his methodology accordingly. He was making decisions as late as possible, keeping his plans in constant revision, denying Alice the stable future state she needed to see clearly. He was running a counterintelligence operation against a family whose primary intelligence asset was foresight, and he was doing it with the competent ease of someone who had done this before. Edward drove south. The Volvo pushed past speeds that required a human's full concentration to maintain, and Edward gave it none of his concentration because his concentration was entirely elsewhere, partly on the road managed automatically, and partly on James's thoughts, which were now moving in the direction of Phoenix with a certainty that Edward heard crystallizing in real time and could not get ahead of, no matter how hard he pressed the accelerator. He called Alice again. She had already seen enough to have moved Bella from the airport they had been heading toward to a hotel in the city, changing the destination in response to a fragment of vision that had shown her James in an airport. Which airport? She could not be certain. They were trying to stay one adjustment ahead of a mind that was adjusting faster than Alice could fully track. The hotel. Bella in a room with Alice and Jasper, as the three of them in a temporary stillness that was not safety, but was the closest available approximation. Alice's visions showing her pieces of futures that shifted before they resolved. Jasper maintaining his perimeter with the patient thoroughness of someone for whom this kind of sustained defensive operation was the most familiar territory available. Edward drove through the night. The phone call came in the early hours of the morning, when he was somewhere in Northern California, and James was somewhere in Arizona, and the distance between them was still too large and closing too slowly. The call came from Bella's phone, and Edward answered it with the immediate relief of someone who has been waiting for a specific voice, and heard instead James. "Hello," and Edward. The sound of another vampire's voice coming from Bella's phone produced in Edward a response that was physical before it was cognitive. A cold that had nothing to do with temperature, a stillness that preceded the rage by only a fraction of a second. He listened. James spoke with the relaxed satisfaction of someone who was exactly where they had planned to be, delivering exactly the message they had prepared. He told Edward where Bella was. He did not tell Edward how he had gotten to her, or what specifically he intended, though the intention was not something that required articulation. He said enough to be certain that Edward would come, and then he let the silence on the line communicate the rest. Edward heard Bella's heartbeat in the background of the call, and the sound of it, rapid but present, frightened but continuing, was the only thing that kept the rage from becoming something he could not operate around. She was alive. She was alive, and she was afraid, and she was with James, and Edward was still hours away. He ended the call. He told Carlyle and Emmett what had happened in the compressed, functional language of someone who is setting aside everything that is not operationally relevant, because the operationally irrelevant things will destroy his ability to think if he allows them space. Emmett's response was immediate and physical, a quality of readiness that required no elaboration. Carlyle's response was the frightened and focused response of someone who understood exactly what was happening and what it would require, and was already moving past the fear into the planning. Edward called Alice. Alice had already seen it, had already seen the hotel room with Bella gone, and was already in motion, Jasper beside her, heading toward the address that the fragments of her visions had been assembling into a location, a dance studio. The images she described matched something in the accumulated knowledge Edward had gathered about Bella across the weeks of building her portrait from the outside in. A childhood ballet studio, the kind of specific and personal location that a tracker who had done his research would know to choose, because familiar ground was ground where prey moved with the particular confidence of believing themselves to know the space, and confident prey was easier prey. Edward drove with the full and undivided capacity of a mind that had nothing else to give its attention to, because there was nothing else worth attending to in this moment. The distance collapsed in the darkness of the California night, the miles reducing themselves through the combined effort of speed and the particular narrowing of focus that genuine emergency produced. And he heard James's thoughts growing clearer as the distance between them closed. And what he heard in those thoughts was the worst possible combination of things: the patience of someone who had planned well, and the pleasure of someone who was exactly where they intended to be. James was in the studio. Bella was with him. And James's thoughts were not the thoughts of someone who was simply going to kill her. They were the thoughts of someone who was performing, or who had set up the camera in the corner of the studio with the careful deliberateness of someone who understood that the record of the performance was part of the performance's meaning. He wanted Edward to watch this afterward. The cruelty was not incidental. It was architectural. Edward stopped registering the thoughts consciously at some point. They became input rather than experience, information he was processing without allowing himself to fully inhabit. Because fully inhabiting James's anticipation of what he was about to do to Bella would have cost him the controlled fury he needed to function, and replaced it with something that would have made him faster but less precise. And precision was what the next minutes required. The studio appeared through the windshield. Edward was out of the car before it had fully stopped, and the door left open, the engine still running, moving toward the building with a speed he had not used in years. The full, unmodulated speed of a vampire with no reason to perform limitation. The door did not survive his approach. It was simply no longer an obstacle. And then he was inside. The smell hit him before his eyes completed their assessment of the room. Bella's blood, present in a quantity and with a freshness that meant recent injury, and the smell of it hit him with the full force of the thing that had been his primary problem since January. His singer's blood, free and immediate and overwhelming in the close space of the studio, calling to him with every sensory register he possessed simultaneously. He had been starving the thirst with obsessive hunting for weeks. None of that preparation survived the first breath he took inside that room. He saw her. Bella on the floor among the broken mirrors, one leg at an angle that communicated fracture without requiring medical training to interpret. Her face pale in the specific way that significant blood loss produced, her eyes open and registering his arrival with an expression that contained too many things for him to read quickly. Relief and pain and fear and something else. Something that was not fear of him despite everything, despite what she had to know she had just put herself in the way of. He saw James, and the seeing of James standing in that room, having done what he had done, are wearing the particular composed satisfaction of someone for whom this was simply the completion of a planned and executed project. Produced in Edward the cleanest and most total anger he had experienced since the vigilante years. Not the complicated anger of someone who was also afraid, not the managed anger of someone who was simultaneously calculating. The simple, total anger of someone who had encountered something that needed to be destroyed and was in the position to destroy it. He moved. The impact of his body against James's carried the force of everything he was not modulating. Every bit of speed and strength that he had been calibrating downward for the entirety of his existence in human proximity released simultaneously in a single point of contact. They went through the wall together into the adjacent space, and Edward's hands found James with the certainty of someone who knows exactly what he is doing and has stopped asking himself whether it is right. He was dimly aware, in the part of his consciousness that was not entirely consumed by the immediate physical problem of James, of Carlyle and Emmett arriving, of Alice and Jasper entering behind them, of the room reorganizing itself into the configurations that the situation required. Emmett joining the fight with a particular effectiveness of someone whose size and strength and complete absence of hesitation made him operationally decisive. Jasper taking the positions that cut off retreat and ensured that what needed to be finished was finished. Alice moving toward Bella, and Carlyle going to Bella, kneeling beside her, his doctor's hands moving over her with the assessment of someone who has been making these determinations for centuries and who is afraid of what he is finding and not showing the fear, because the fear is not useful, and what is useful is the assessment and then the response to the assessment. Edward heard Carlyle's thoughts while fighting James, the simultaneous processing of two streams of information that were the most important things in the room. The fight was being managed. Emmett was there. The outcome was not in question. James was not going to survive this. And Carlyle's thoughts were telling him that Bella was not stable, that the blood loss was significant, that the leg would need surgery, that there was something else. Something that Carlyle's thoughts named with a weight that pulled Edward's attention with a force that almost broke his concentration on James entirely. Venom. James had bitten her, not to drain her. There was not enough blood loss for that to have been the intention. He had bitten her with the specific placement and restraint of someone who understood what vampire venom did to human bodies, who had bitten her to start a process rather than to complete one. to begin a transformation that would unfold over 3 days, and that would either be interrupted or would complete itself into something that would force choices on Edward that James had correctly identified as the most difficult available. Edward released James to Emmett and Jasper and crossed the room to Bella. And the crossing of the room was the hardest physical thing he had done since his transformation. Harder than the running, harder than the fighting, because crossing the room meant approaching her blood at the closest possible distance, when the smell of it had already pushed past every limit he had built across months of careful preparation. Carlyle was beside him. "The venom," Carlyle said, and the word was both instruction and the acknowledgement of what that instruction required. "Edward, her hand. You have to take it out." Edward looked at the bite on Bella's hand. He could see the venom already darkening the veins around it, the characteristic discoloration spreading outward from the wound with the patient. Systematic efficiency of a process that did not hurry because it did not need to. He could feel her looking at him. He could hear her heartbeat, which was weak and irregular in the way of someone who had lost more blood than their body was designed to manage gracefully. He put his mouth to the wound. What happened in the next moments was the thing he had been most afraid of since January. Not the thirst in biology, not the van incident, not the baseball game, not James's threat. This specific confluence of circumstances in which her blood was freely flowing and his mouth was against her skin, and the taste of her hit him with the full and terrible force of the thing it had always been, the thing he had been fighting since the first moment she walked into his range. It was everything he had known it would be. The taste of her blood was the complete fulfillment of every sensory promise her scent had been making to him for months. Warm and sweet and specific in the way that his singer's blood was specific. Made for him in some terrible and precise way that he had never asked for and could not refuse. The thirst that the taste activated was not the ordinary thirst, not the manageable chronic ache of daily resistance. It was the full and primal version, the original, the one that existed before discipline and before choice, and before everything he had spent a century constructing to contain it. He pulled the venom out. He worked with the mechanical focus of someone who has reduced their objective to a single physical task, and is refusing, second by second, and with the entire force of their will, and to allow any other consideration to enter the space where the task is being executed. Pull the venom out, spit it away, return to the wound. The venom before anything else, the venom before the taste, the venom before the monster's demands, the venom before the blood that was singing in his mouth with a completeness that made every previous experience of wanting feel like a pale rehearsal. He was losing. He was aware of this with the cold, precise clarity that sometimes existed alongside genuine crisis rather than being consumed by it. The discipline was holding, but it was holding the way a wall holds against water that is rising, through structural integrity that was real and had been built carefully and was now being tested past the parameters of its design. He could feel the point approaching at which the wall would no longer be making the decision, at which the decision would be made by the water. Carlyle's hand on his shoulder. Edward. The word carried nothing except his name, but the way Carlyle said it, the weight and the love and the specific quality of a father speaking to a son at the precise moment when the son needs to hear that he is known, was sufficient. The venom is gone. Stop now." He stopped. The stopping was not graceful. It was not the composed and disciplined cessation of someone who has completed a task and set it aside. It was the wrenching, total body effort of someone who was stopping against something that didn't want to stop, that had momentum and direction, and the entire accumulated force of a century's worth of denial behind it. He pulled away from her hand and sat back on his heels and pressed the back of his wrist to his mouth and held himself in that position with the rigid immobility of someone who is using every available physical and cognitive resource to remain exactly where they are. He had stopped. The venom was gone. Bella was still alive. These facts assembled themselves in his consciousness one at a time, each one arriving separately and requiring its own moment of processing before the next one could be received. He had stopped. This was the fact that mattered most, and it was also the fact that his body was making the most difficult, the one against which all his resources were still engaged, because stopping was not the same as being done. The thirst was still present, was still the loudest thing in the room, and would remain the loudest thing in the room for as long as her blood was in the air. Emmett and Jasper were finishing what the fight had started, in the adjacent space beyond the broken wall. Edward heard it, the sounds of a thorough and final destruction, and registered it with the distant acknowledgement of someone who cannot allocate attention to things that do not require it, because what requires it is the problem of remaining on this side of the line he had just barely managed to remain on. Alice was beside Bella, her small hands careful and her thoughts full of the relief of someone who had been watching possible futures collapse and simplify toward this one. The one where Bella was alive and the venom was out, and the worst of what the evening's visions had shown her had not come to pass. The sirens that Alice had called into the distance were growing closer. The human infrastructure of emergency response converging on the location. The ordinary world reasserting its presence around the extraordinary events that had occurred within it. Carlyle was working. His hands were doing what they had been trained to do across centuries of practice. Assessing, stabilizing, prioritizing among competing injuries, making the determinations that would need to hold until the paramedics arrived and the human medical system could take over the components of care that required human-scale facilities. He was afraid and he was functioning, which was the combination that had characterized him across his long existence, allowing the fear to be present without allowing it to be primary, using it as information rather than surrendering to it as an experience. The paramedics arrived. The room filled with the thoughts of humans encountering the aftermath of a violence they could not fully account for. The broken mirrors, the damaged wall, the blood, the injured girl. Their thoughts were the thoughts of professionals managing shock and assessment simultaneously, and Edward read them with the automatic monitoring he maintained of all human thoughts in his vicinity, extracting from them what was relevant and letting the rest become background. Bella was loaded onto a stretcher. Her eyes found Edward's as she was moved, and the look that passed between them was the kind of look that contained more than either of them had the current capacity to articulate. The exhausted, enormous look of two people who have just survived something at significant cost and are still in the process of understanding what the surviving means. He followed the ambulance to the hospital. He sat in the waiting room and listened to the thoughts of the people around him and tracked the progress of Bella's treatment through the information that filtered through the minds of the medical staff, and he held the truth of what he had almost done in the ballet studio alongside the truth of what he had actually done, and he sat with the gap between those two things with an honesty he did not try to soften. He had almost killed her. He had been within the distance of a single decision of being the thing that destroyed her. Not James, not the tracker who had hunted her across 2 states with the professional commitment of his gift, but Edward himself. The thirst had gotten further than it had ever gotten, had arrived at a place where the stopping had been a matter of seconds and willpower, and Carlyle's voice, rather than a matter of the solid, established control he had believed himself to possess. This was the truth that the ballet studio had revealed about him. Not the truth he wanted to have revealed, not the truth of someone who had proven himself by succeeding. The truth of someone who had succeeded by the narrowest available margin, against resistance that had been greater than his preparation, and who now had to sit with the knowledge that preparation was not the same as adequacy, and that the gap between what he could manage and what his nature required him to manage was not as large as he had believed it was. The family assembled in the hospital in the hours that followed, finding each other in the corridors and waiting spaces of the Phoenix facility, with the quiet efficiency of people who have been through something together and are now managing its aftermath in the particular way that the aftermath of genuine crisis is managed, not with celebration or extensive processing, but with the practical focus of getting through the next necessary thing. Rosalie was there. She did not go into Bella's room. This was noted by everyone and commented on by no one, because the family had learned across decades of shared life that Rosalie's processes were her own, and commenting on them was rarely useful. But she was there, in the corridor, in the building, present in a way she had not been required to be and had chosen to be anyway. Edward heard her thoughts while she stood in that corridor. They were not warm thoughts in the conventional sense. Rosalie's thoughts were rarely warm in the conventional sense, operating as they did through the register of her particular wound. But they were present. They were concerned in the specific way of someone who is surprised to find herself concerned, who had not expected the concern, and is not entirely comfortable with it, but cannot make it go away by simply deciding to. She was thinking about Bella, not about what Bella represented, not about the human life she symbolized or the choice she was apparently making to abandon it. She was thinking about Bella, specifically and directly, and as someone who had been hurt tonight, and who was currently in a hospital room dealing with the consequences of a threat that had materialized because she had walked into the Cullen family's orbit. It was not love, but it was the thing that came before love in people who arrived at love slowly and through resistance. The thing that was recognizable in retrospect as the beginning, even when it did not announce itself as such in the moment of its occurring. Esme's thoughts were the clearest and the most fully arrived at of any family members in the hospital's aftermath. She had processed something during the hours of the crisis, during the running of the false trail and the phone calls and the drive south and the waiting, that had completed itself into a position she now occupied without ambivalence. She cared about Bella Swan, and not because Bella was Edward's, not because Bella's survival served the family's stability, not because any of the instrumental reasons that had characterized the early stages of her regard for Bella were operating. She cared about her because she had come to know her in the limited but real way that it was possible to know someone across weeks of proximity and observation. And the knowing had produced the caring in the ordinary way that knowing people produced caring, when the knowing was sufficient and the person was worth knowing. This was not a small thing. This was Esme arriving at an attachment that was hers, not borrowed, not derivative, not mediated through her love for Edward. It was the attachment of one person to another, a key established through time and attention, and the accumulation of specific knowledge about a specific human being who had conducted herself across every circumstance this family had put her in, with a quality of courage and directness and clear-eyed trust that Esme had recognized as something worth recognizing. Bella would recover. The medical staff's thoughts confirmed this across the hours, the assessments converging toward a picture of significant but survivable injury. The leg would heal, the head trauma would resolve. The blood loss had been addressed. She would carry scars. She would carry the memory of what had happened in that studio, which was his own kind of injury and his own kind of scar. And she would carry them forward into whatever life came next. And Edward sat in the hospital and held all of it, the relief and the horror, and the thing he had almost done, and the thing he had actually done, and the gap between them that he would be examining for a very long time. He held the image of James in the studio and what James had been doing when Edward arrived. And he held the knowledge of why James had been there at all. Because Edward had walked into Bella's life in January and had not walked out of it when he should have. And the tracker's presence in Phoenix was the direct consequence of that choice. He had brought this to her. This was the truth he sat with most heavily, the one that the night's events had stripped of every available qualification. Whatever justifications he had constructed across the months, at whatever framings of protection and love and the impossibility of walking away, the facts remained. Bella Swan was in a hospital in Phoenix because Edward Cullen had not been able to remove himself from her life when removing himself was still the cleanest available option. Everything that had happened was downstream of that failure of will, or that choice, or whatever the most honest word was for the thing he had done by staying when he should have left. And still, and this was the part that he could not resolve into anything simple, could not flatten into either self-condemnation or self-justification. He did not know how to wish he had made a different choice, because the choice he had made had produced this night, and this night had been terrible, and Bella was in a hospital bed because of it, and the choice had also produced everything else. The months of her, the silence, the portrait built from the outside in, the meadow and the truth told and received, the baseball game and the family scene whole. All of it was downstream of the same choice, and the downstream ran in multiple directions simultaneously, and he could not simply condemn the choice without condemning everything it had also created. He was not simple enough for a simple verdict. Neither was she. Neither was the family, sitting in their various positions in the hospital, having discovered through the pressure of the evening's events what they were actually willing to do for someone they had not yet fully decided to love. The theory's prediction had been tested by the most direct available test. Not a deliberation, not a thought experiment, but an actual crisis with actual consequences. And the test had revealed something more complicated than the theory's premise and more honest than its refutation. The family had protected Bella Swan. They had done it at cost and without the cleanness of uncomplicated motivation, through the combination of genuine care and calculated interest, and Edward's love and Esme's arrived at attachment and Rosalie's surprised concern and Emmett's territorial loyalty and Jasper's disciplined commitment and Carlisle's principled refusal to be the kind of family that abandoned what it had chosen to protect. All of these things at once, not one of them pure, not one of them entirely instrumental either. This was what they were, and this was what protecting her had cost them, and what it had revealed about them, and what it had, in the revealing, quietly changed. The Cullen family was never the perfect thing the story wanted them to be. They were 7 frozen people, each sealed inside the worst moment of their human lives, holding themselves together through a combination of love and need, and the shared daily choice to be something better than their nature demanded. They protected Bella Swan because Edward loved her, yes, but also because the protecting changed them, revealed to them, in the pressure of genuine crisis, that the conditional had been quietly becoming unconditional all along, without anyone deciding to let it. This is what the theory ultimately uncovers. Not that the Cullens were cold or calculating or incapable of genuine love, but that genuine love for damaged things often begins as something smaller and less certain than love. Begins as need, as habit, as the slow accumulation of a person becoming real to you across enough days that you can no longer imagine the accounting that once considered her expendable. Bella survived because she mattered, and she came to matter the way most things matter, not all at once, and not without cost, and not without the complicated, imperfect, very human machinery of people learning slowly to love what they had first only needed. Rest now. The story knows how to hold you. Good night.